right. Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis, and it is currently 4:31 a.m. Today's date is the 25th of March, 2025. Yes, I am back here. Been working for a long time. How are you guys doing, man? All right, of course, straight to the point. A lot has been going on in the United States. OG Trump definitely had cabinet uh meeting yesterday, and the phenom was present. Okay, and everybody's like, "Who is the phenom?" Well, the phenom is Elon, Elon Musk. Okay, that's the phenom. All right, the combination of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, double trouble, straight up double trouble. But this is what the country needs right now to change the trajectory of where it was going prior to the Trump administration. But with that being said, I want us to check this out because really important information were conveyed from the cabinet members as well as the 47th President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the legend, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much for being here. We had a very good cabinet meeting. We're on our way to some tremendous numbers. I think, first of all, many companies are now moving into the United States. They're coming back. Some of them left us from many years ago, decades ago, and they're all coming back. We have probably identified maybe $4 trillion worth of companies moving back or going to move back. Many of them have announced it's going to be tremendous jobs, high-paying jobs too. And you probably know the chip business, not because of the CHIPS Act, which was a disaster. You gave billions of dollars to companies that already have many billions of dollars. They said thank you very much. It was no incentive for them to use it. But what is good is the tariffs will make it so that they want to come back. That's why they're coming back. I think they're coming back because of the election that took place on November 5th and because of the fact that they have to come back because the tariffs are forcing them to come back. And remember, there are no tariffs if you build here, and that's a big factor. So we have record numbers. Howard was just telling me the numbers that we're talking about are crazy, beyond anybody's wildest expectation. So they'll be doing a lot of building, all sorts of businesses, including the basics of automobiles. We have, as you know, Honda is coming in with a massive plant to Indiana, but there are many plants that are happening, and literally some are started already. General Motors is already redoing plants that were half abandoned, or they have plants that weren't being fully utilized. They're going to be they and others are going to be making parts and other things in those plants so that it's one-stop shopping finally. It's ridiculous. You had to go to Mexico, you had to go to Canada, a car went all over the place. It was like, I don't know how that would have worked, but that's the way it sort of ended up. We had a deal, and we have a deal, it's fine, but people took advantage of the deal. They cheated. And when you cheat, the deals are unfortunate. But now what's happening is the numbers are beyond our wildest expectations. Now, having to do with cutting, we've done a lot of cutting from people, ideally the people that aren't doing the job. In many cases, people weren't attending jobs. In many cases, people didn't exist. They had on the government rolls people that don't even exist. But of the ones that did exist, as you know, many didn't come to work. Many had no intention of coming to work. Many were paid and working someplace else. There were lots of bad scenarios, but they're being weeded out, and I think we're probably ahead of schedule on that. And to me, something that was just terrible is the contracts that we're finding, the fraudulent contracts that we're finding where millions and millions of dollars, and even billions of dollars in some cases, were given out. And I think we'll start with that. I'd like to start with Doug Burgum, Secretary of the Interior. He told us about a couple of contracts that we have now found. When he got there, they saw this with Chris and everybody, and they couldn't believe it. Doug, could you just relate what you told us a little while ago?
No, happy to, Mr. President. There's a federal consulting group, which was a group inside of Interior, but it was managing contracts from many different agencies that flowed through here. One of those contracts was to do surveys of individuals, $830 million for surveys. And so part of the question was, hey, could we actually see the surveys? And then the surveys came back, and a survey was like 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with 10 questions that anyone's child in junior high could have put together, or AI could have done for free. $830 million. So that's one that we've stopped. And that contract was going out after you were inaugurated, sir. So it was
So
jumping.
it's a pure fraud.
Yeah.
It's a fraud. But we've had many fraudulent contracts that were caught by the work that Elon and his people are doing, and working with our people. It's been brought to light that the fraud, not just waste and abuse, the fraud has been incredible. You mentioned one, Madam Secretary.
Well, yes, sir. Well, let me just add to that, and thank you. We just had a wonderful cabinet meeting, all aligned on certainly the effort to realign the government. But even at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we've canceled a $300,000 contract educating on food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco. A similar contract we canceled in New York, again, educating transgender and queer farmers on food justice and food equality. I'm not even sure what that means, but apparently the last administration wanted to put our taxpayer dollars towards that. We canceled a $600,000 contract out of Louisiana that was studying the menstrual cycles of transgender men, a $600,000 contract. We canceled another contract out of a university in the middle of the country that focused on getting more diversity, equity, and inclusion into our pest.
Ellie was a 9-month-old who got a $100,000 loan. That's a very precocious baby we're talking about here.
Well, we're tackling the fraud, waste, and abuse in the agency. We've seen, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud go unprosecuted, so we're taking that on. We have a zero tolerance policy for fraud, and we continue to crack down on it and make sure people are held accountable.
That's amazing. And you have a lot of that. You found far too much of it. It's a pure fraud. We like to use the words waste and abuse because they sort of sound good, but many of these things are pure fraud. Now, there was a contract that you've heard about where Stacey Abrams got $2 billion just before we took over, and it was a rush to get her the money, and that was environmental, and nobody knows what she was doing. But $2 billion. If you got $2 million, that's a lot. If you got 200,000, that's a lot. But this was $2 billion was given. Lee, do you want to talk about that? And the other one that was even worse?
EPA has now canceled over $22 billion worth of contracts. $2 billion going to this NGO that Stacey Abrams was tied to. They received only $100 in 2023. And then the Biden administration gave them $2 billion. The director of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund saw his former employer get $5 billion. So $20 billion went to just 8 NGOs, and they're all pass-throughs. And then they were giving it to other entities, many of them were pass-throughs. And what you have is all these extra middlemen, they're taking their cut, and the taxpayer ends up getting screwed. They're losing out on all this hard-earned money. They can't afford to have the federal government waste. The partnership with DOGE and Elon Musk has been incredible at EPA. Their team is very talented. We wouldn't have been able to do it without them. And of course, this mandate from President Trump to make sure that we identify every last penny, whether we're saving $50,000, $5 million, or $22 billion. We will not rest until every last penny is saved. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to do this for the American public.
Thank you. Great job you're doing. So we have a lot of that. We're getting down to a point we think probably over the next 2 or 3 months we'll be pretty much satisfied with the people that are working hard and want to be members of the administration and our country, really. And they're doing a lot of good people. We have a lot of great people. We want to keep the good ones, and we want to get rid of the ones that don't exist, and we want to get rid of the ones that do exist but don't work. And we have quite a few of them. Would anybody else like to say something before we take some questions from the press, please? Doug Collins.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think one of the things that you've always told me is take care of our veterans, and that's what we're doing at the VA. And one of the things is you also have to know who your employees are. You have to know the very fact of who you are. We're 470,000 roughly when we started this, larger than the active duty Army, when you think about that in the perspective. But however, this is an interesting point. When I first got there and we started looking at this, how you take care of people, we didn't have an HR system that could actually give us a rundown on who actually was working where. That we've had to work with that, working with our VA employees who are those liaisons. We've been able to put together an organizational chart which we can start looking at that. But the interesting part about it is about taking care of veterans, and what you've told me to do is how do we get the people in the right places. And I think when we look at this, GAO has told us we were high risk for years. The previous administration put literally tens of billions of dollars and tens of thousand employees over the last 4 years, and we saw our statistics basically stay the same or go down. Backlogs went up. You know, maybe the question is not money and employees anymore. Maybe it's the organization and how we effectively deliver for the American people. And that's what we're going to do.
Well said.
And you know, one thing I want to add to it, it is not necessarily a very popular thing to do. You know, you're talking about employment, you're talking about people and the lives of people. And yet, I think the American public understands we're trying to save our country and make our country great again. I mean, you could say it, but we're trying to save our country from this extraordinary thing that was happening. What they were doing to our country was just a horrible thing. And I have no idea how it plays out in the public. I guess you see poll numbers that are very good numbers, but I don't know what that means long term. But it's something that has to be done. If we don't do it, we're not going to have much of a country left, so we have to do it. So we're doing things that I think a lot of presidents wouldn't be inclined to do, but we're doing it to really, you know, I don't want to use cliche. I don't want to say we're doing it to make America great again, because I say that on the campaign trail, but there's really no other words that could express it better than that. We're doing it to help our country, and our country was riddled with fat, like no country probably anywhere in the world, and we're getting rid of the fat. And at the same time, we're going to be bringing in millions of very good, high-paying jobs, and we're going to be taking in a lot of money. Our country's going to be very strong. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe. We were taken advantage of like nobody's ever seen. And you saw what happened today with Venezuela. We did something with Venezuela, which is long in the making, and it's very substantial. And we'll be announcing cars very shortly, and we already announced steel, as you know, and aluminum. We'll be announcing pharmaceuticals at some point in the not too distant, because we have to have pharmaceuticals. We don't make pharmaceuticals anymore in our country. And if we have problems like wars or anything else, we need steel, we need pharmaceuticals, we need aluminum, we need a lot of these things that we sort of don't make anymore, and yet we're equipped to do it all. So we'll be announcing some of these things in the very near future, not the long future, the very near future. And it'll bring in billions of dollars, billions and billions, and it'll bring in, maybe more importantly, jobs. It'll protect the jobs we have, and it's going to be really quite amazing. Chris, did you have something to say?
Yes, Mr. President. I want to say energy is the infrastructure that makes our country run and drives our national security. The Biden administration grew my department, the Department of Energy, by 20%, and expenditure much more than that, all in an effort to reduce the production of energy in the United States and to make energy more expensive. We are stewards of the American taxpayer dollars, right? That's the job of everyone around this table, led by you. We want to reverse that trajectory and care about every dollar an American taxpayer gives us, and are we using it for the benefit of Americans? Let me tell you one thing, huge growth in expenditures, huge growth in employee count. Puerto Rico, an American territory, had its electricity grid destroyed. They had billions of dollars in the Department of Energy to help Puerto Rico, yet they didn't spend that money, because that money would have meant more energy, more jobs, more prosperity in Puerto Rico. They wanted to have them as a poster child of wind and solar. This island should run on wind and solar. That just doesn't work. But they cared about politics more than the American people, and they didn't treat the dollars like they were their dollars. This table, the team you have assembled, we're treating the American dollars like they're our dollars.
Thank you. You're doing a great job on energy, by the way. We have things happening with energy that will knock your socks off. A really amazing job. Howard, do you want to say a couple of words?
Well, what is so exciting is April 2nd is just around the corner, and that's American Liberation Day. That's the day when the rest of the world starts to treat America with respect. And your leadership, understanding how the rest of the world treats us and what balance and what fair trade finally is going to be, is going to take care of America. It's going to launch the External Revenue Service to start to build the power and prestige of America back. And I'm honored to be helping you on that course.
It's an interesting term, right? The External Revenue Service. We're going to take in a lot of money from the outside, and that's going to keep our taxes low, and I think getting a lot lower. It's going to be a lot of money, and the external will take care of the internal to a large extent. So I think it's going to be a beautiful transformation. Linda, you might say a couple of words. You've done so amazing. It's a 50% cut. And more importantly, we want to bring education into the states. We're at the bottom of the pack, but we're the most expensive per pupil. And we want to bring education back to the states where they can teach the students lovingly with their parents and with the boards and everything else. And they'll be every bit as good as these other countries. These individual states will do a phenomenal job. You want to say something?
Yes, sir. And if we think about education, if we don't address the issues in education now and start getting our scores up, what are we going to find our next generation after that? Where are our engineers, our doctors, our lawyers, our scientists, our AI and technical experts going to come from? We will go farther and farther down, and with everything else we're doing within our country, building manufacturing, bringing all of that back, if we don't educate in the best way we can, we will be lost, and those generations will be lost. It is, I think, the cornerstone of our culture and what we need to focus on. And so by having education at the best place where it can be, which is at the states, the local levels, with governors, with best practices and tools, which I hope the Department of Education can help supply for them, we'll do it.
And Linda, as you know, the SBA has taken over her student loans, which is a lot of loans. It's a big job. And Kelly, we appreciate that. You're going to do fantastically well. And Bobby is going to be taking over their various medical aspects and health aspects of the educational process. So, and he's going to do a fantastic job of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just say that I'm very grateful to you and very grateful for the partnership with DOGE, with Elon. We've identified extraordinary waste in my department and HHS. The expenditures, the budget of HHS during the Biden administration went up by 38%. The employees went up by 17%, and healthcare went down. We have 40 comms departments. We have 40 procurement departments. We have 40 IT departments, and we have 40 procurement, HR, none of them talking to each other. We are, with Elon's help, eliminating the redundancies. We are streamlining our department. We're going to go back to providing gold standard science. We're going to get the money to the scientists and to the patients rather than to the administrators and to the bureaucrats. And we're going to restore gold standard science, and we're going to make America healthy again.
Thank you very much. It's great. If you might, Madam Secretary, say a little bit about what's happening and how well we've done at the border.
Sir, this last week I was in Arizona, California, Alaska, and Florida, and CBP literally has almost 100% operational control of the border, which means that our country is secure and that we know who's coming into this country and that they love our country and they want to help keep it great into the future. We are, in the month of March, the last couple of weeks, increased our deportations by 50%, so we're now not even just getting the worst of the worst out. We're making sure that there's consequences for being here and committing crimes in our communities. and the numbers are continuing to escalate and to go up. Sir, this week I'm headed down to El Salvador. I'll be in the prison where we sent TDA members. I'll be meeting with the president and also Colombia and Mexico and talking about building these relationships so that we can continue to get people out of this country that don't belong here and take them home. And also you had talked to me about sending the message worldwide about the fact that people shouldn't be coming to this country and they shouldn't be coming here illegally. So we are in several other countries around the world with a message right now that's saying, if you are thinking about coming to America illegally and coming here, don't do it. You are not welcome. We have a legal process to becoming a United States citizen, and there are consequences if you come here illegally, and America has changed because we're putting Americans first. So we've also, the Coast Guard has done phenomenal work. I don't know if you all have reported on it, but we have broken historic records in the amount of drug interdictions that they have brought in. We've repositioned the fleet to go after the fentanyl crisis and to go after the southern border and securing it, and they've done amazing work as far as that. We were down in Florida. They brought in $500 million worth of cocaine that they had done in 14 interdictions and had brought them in, going right directly after the cartels and doing great work there. And we have a cutter that we have sped up the process, sir, the icebreaker, that'll be hitting the waters here this summer, and we've got 2 more that will be coming. But you know, Russia is using their cutters and icebreakers up in the Arctic to do surveillance on us, and we're going to reposition our fleet to continue to partner. I want to thank the Secretary of Defense and the Navy for all of their help and partnership too. We do operations together because their obvious Navy warships are in certain regions, but our cutters are faster and can work together in a partnership that's securing America. So. And we're going to eliminate FEMA. So we've got a lot to do, but it's all good, and we're working hard, and we're going to make sure that we're continuing to do exactly what you promised.
That's great. Great job. Yesterday there was a plaza that you know well. There'd be hundreds of thousands of people standing at that plaza, pouring into our country, totally unchecked. Many people from jails and prisons and mental institutions and gang members, and horrible. And they just pour into our country. Yesterday, I was speaking to somebody, I was checking on the border, and they said there was literally nobody in this massive plaza. You know, we're talking a plaza that would hold hundreds of thousands of people. There was literally nobody there. There was one person sweeping it, but there were no people. It's been amazing. It's been an amazing transformation very quickly. And we're getting the bad ones out first, and we're taking them out. And there's some really bad ones, murderers of more than one people. At least 50% murdered more than one person. This is the people that we're letting in through their open border policy. It was terrible. But I want to just congratulate you and Tom Homan on the job you've done.
Boston this weekend, hundreds of dangerous criminals were removed, 4 killers taken out of the country just by what they did in Boston this last few days.
Yeah. And these are killers that there's no reasoning. It's not like, oh, let's talk them out of it. These are stone cold killers. They don't care. They don't even think about it. They kill somebody. They go to sleep. They wake up. They don't even remember they killed them. These are bad people that should have never been allowed into our country. Pam is doing such a fantastic job. I thought maybe you could say a few words.
Thank you, President. As far as we are hearing a lot about fraud, waste, and abuse, a lot of waste and abuse, but there is a tremendous amount of fraud. And Elon, thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your team. You have uncovered so much fraud in our government, and we will prosecute you. We have an internal task force now working with every agency sitting here at this table. And if you've committed fraud, we're coming after you. Thank you, Elon, for that. On the violent crime level, thanks to President Trump's directive, we are seeking the death penalty again. So all of these horrible, violent criminals that you're hearing about around the country, they will face the death penalty federally within our country. And the drug dealers need to get out of here because we are coming after you. We're going to have 94 great U.S. attorneys around this country, and everyone will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Thank you.
Thank you, President. It's at your directive.
I couldn't have said that better. That's very good. That's very good. She's doing a fantastic job. Thanks, Pam. Do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President?
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what can states do now to implement your Department of Education executive order?
Well, I think what's going to happen is we are cleaning out a lot of things like the loans, student loans, which will be handled very professionally by people that do that. And then, as you know, RFK Jr. is going to do a fantastic job having to do with health and the other things, and frankly, better than the people at the Department of Education. You see the buildings all over D.C., and then the rest is the states are going to start coming in and taking all of the information on all of their students. And I think a lot of that information is going to be shipped to different states like Iowa, like Indiana, like so many. They're so anxious to get, they're calling us, and they're so anxious to get it. We'll be shipping the records of the children that they're taking care of, that they want to take care of, and the process will begin. And I think it won't be that long before the states will be really running the Department of Education. Our teachers are going to be taken very well care of. And I said, you know, personally, I don't care union, non-union, it doesn't matter. Teachers are so important to this country and to me, and we're going to take great care of our teachers. And I know it's very important to Linda. So I think you're going to see a tremendous change very quickly having to do with education, and the process has already begun, very strongly begun. I think we've done, you know, in whatever it is, 8 weeks, people are amazed at how much we've done in terms of the safety of the country. In fact, I would like to ask maybe Marco to say a few words on what's happening with respect to, in particular, Russia, Ukraine, where we have some pretty good news. I think we want to get it stopped. We're losing 2,500 young people, and these are Russian and Ukrainian people largely. And they're not American people, but on a human basis, we want to get it stopped, and we want to stop spending billions and billions of dollars to a country that we think it's time, and we're doing pretty well. Marco, do you want to say something?
Yeah, Mr. President, first of all, I think the American people should be proud that we have a president that's promoting peace and the end of conflict on this planet. This is a war that's gone on for 3 years, as you pointed out, that, as you rightly pointed out, would have never happened had you been president, but now it's here, and it needs to be brought to an end. There is no military solution to this war. It has to end through negotiation. And there's only one leader in the world that's capable of bringing the two sides to a table, and that's our president, the President of the United States, President Trump. And that's what he's done. And so today, even as we speak, we have teams on the ground in Saudi Arabia meeting with the respective sides in the hopes of making progress towards this outcome that we all want to see. And I think that the country owes you a great debt of gratitude, and the world really, because I mean, you're the only leader in the planet that can bring the two sides together to bring an end to this conflict, and that's what you've done. And you've done it despite you know, impediments from other countries and others who maybe have different opinions about how this should go. But ultimately, I think that the only chance we have for peace is through the president's leadership, and you've shown that, and we hope it'll bear fruit, and today will hopefully be one step more in that direction.
Thank you, Marco. And on the Middle East, another hot spot that we didn't have a problem with. There was no problem in the Middle East when we left, and now there's a lot of problems in the Middle East, but we're working on that. But I think we've seen significant progress, and I think you'll have we're going to start, we were talking with the Vice President a little while ago, and you're going to see countries start to fill up the Abraham Accords. More and more countries want to join. That was a great success, tremendous success, and then Biden and his group did zero with it. That should have been filled up within a year of the election, would have been filled up. So countries are starting to want to get involved very much with the Abraham Accords again, so that'll be great. JD, do you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. Just on that topic, if you think about what happened with the Abraham Accords, one of the great diplomatic breakthroughs under the first Trump administration, really in the last 30 or 40 years of American history in the Middle East, and the Biden administration did absolutely nothing with it. Built on it, not at all, added 0 additional countries. Purely out of political spite, the Biden administration, I think, hurt the United States and really hurt the project of world peace. That has changed. Luckily, about 2 months ago, we got a new president, and that president has given us the task of building out the Abraham Accords, adding new countries to it. And really what you see is a lot of these countries that have historical, ethnic, or religious hatreds want to build. They want to build new artificial intelligence. They want to build new real estate projects. They want their citizens to become rich and prosperous and peaceful, and they're setting to the side some of those old hatreds under the leadership of President Trump. So it's early, but we made a lot of progress, and we'll keep on making progress, sir.
Thank you, JD. One of the things that's very important, I think, to mention, I saw a show yesterday, and they had a Democrat congressman on. It was on Fox. And he said, well, President Trump said prices would be coming down, and instead he's focused on other things. Well, we are focused on a lot of other things, like peace, like all of these companies that are moving in and jobs. But what he didn't say is that prices have come down very substantially. And if you look at, when I came in after 1 week, they were screaming at me about eggs. Eggs had nothing to do with me, but they were through the roof, and you couldn't get them. And now they're down about 35, 40%, maybe even more than that. I'm going to let Brooke, if you would just discuss that. And groceries generally. Prices are coming down, and energy prices are coming down. And I hope the Fed lowers interest rates, and then you're going to see interest rates coming down, and I'll have you speak about that in a second, Scott. Brooke, go ahead.
Well, sir, thank you. I think the first thing that's really remarkable to note is that the prices of eggs under the 4 years of Joe Biden increased 237%. 237% in those 4 years, and yet it wasn't covered in the press at all. No one talked about the price of eggs in the summer of last year, for example, from the media. So, of course, the president wins and he is inaugurated, and the next day, everyone is yelping about why the price of eggs are so high. So it was certainly one of many, many issues we took on under the 4 years of Joe Biden. We had the cost of input go up 30% for all of our agriculture products. At the same time, the trade deficit increased $49 billion. So it was zero under the first Trump administration, and then under Joe Biden, we sold $49 billion less of our ag products around the world. Then you combine that with the avian bird flu, and I know I've talked to a lot of you in the press on this over the last 3 or 4 weeks. But listen, here's the deal. The president, under his vision and support, we released about a month ago a very significant plan on how to bring the price of eggs down. It included 5 prongs. I won't go into it now because I don't want to bore everyone, but since that day, since we released that plan regarding biosecurity, repopulation, importing eggs, research, and then deregulating, taking those onerous rules off of our farmers, our egg-laying farmers. Since that time, the price of eggs, the wholesale price of eggs, has come down 53%. So we're going to keep working on it. Listen, it's not something you solve overnight. Avian bird flu and some of the other animal diseases, we're working across the government, several partners out in the cabinet on that, especially my friend Secretary Kennedy over at HHS. But we have a long-term solution, but at least for now, in the short term, thanks to President Trump and so many that have worked so hard, the price of eggs are coming down, as well as the price of groceries. So thank you, sir, for the opportunity to lead on that.
And the number is 53%, and they're readily available. So I think it's a fantastic job. And overall, groceries are down, too.
That's right. They're coming down.
So the consumer's finally seeing some good news instead of year after year of prices going up because of grossly incompetent leadership. Scott, do you want to talk about interest rates, where you see it all going?
Yes, sir. So we are, under your direction, we're reprivatizing the economy. We're bringing down government spending. We're bringing down excess employment in the government sector. On the other side, we're going to re-leverage the banking system. We're going to have all the new manufacturing jobs, so everyone who's laid off from the government will have an opportunity to go into the private sector, and that is going to lead to disinflation. Inflation is under control. We're going to get the affordability crisis fixed. So lower energy, deregulation, more private sector jobs that will naturally get interest rates down. Mortgage rates are down almost every week since January 20th. The energy costs are down about 15%. Crude oil's down about 15%. And as we keep that going, interest rates are going to keep declining. It'll be good for mortgages. It'll be good for credit card debt. It'll be great for auto loans.
That's great. And you're doing a really, really good job. I'd like to see the Fed lower interest rates. That's just my opinion, because things are coming down. We have inflation under control. Tremendous amounts of money will be soon coming in from tariffs, which is about time that we were able to partake. We've been ripped off by every country on that basis, and it's about time. But that will be, I think, treated very fairly. Will be very fair. But the money that we're talking about is rather astronomical, and it should be, because we put years and years. I was able, in the first term, we had a great first term with the highest stock price increase ever, all the different things that we had. But one of the things we took in a lot of money in tariffs, and I had just started that process, and we had to slow it down because of the COVID. We didn't go forward. We did a very good job with COVID, but that was something that happened to the whole world. It was a shame. What a shame! All those people dead, and all of the problems that it caused for countries far worse. I mean, some countries still haven't recovered. Economically, they haven't recovered. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs just starting the process. But this is a program that's going to be, I think, unbelievable for our country, and I think it's treating other countries very fairly, very, very fairly. I'd like to ask, if I might, Sean Duffy to say a few words about the air traffic control situation. You know, there were some mishaps, one in particular, the helicopter crashing into the plane. We have a system that's 40 years old. They spent tens of billions of dollars trying to patch it up and, you know, make it work, but it doesn't work. And my pilot says they use different systems. They don't want to use our system. It's so obsolete. And it's an obsolete, horrible thing that happened with respect to it. And we were going to, I said, day one, if this happens, if we are successful, we're going to have to get a brand new, modern, top-of-the-line air traffic system. And I think I can say that I've been working a little bit with Sean on it, but Sean's been working hard on it, and with his new person at FDA, who's going to be terrific, by the way. And maybe you want to talk to them about that, because we need safety in the air, total safety in the air, and this will give that to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. We had a conversation on Friday. Again, our air traffic control system, as we talked about maybe privately or I don't know publicly with all of you, but we have decades of ideas and billions of dollars, and no progress is ever made on any of these initiatives. Air traffic control is the same thing. And so we're having a conversation about building a state-of-the-art, brand new, best technology, envy of the world air traffic control system. And what's interesting from the DOGE team is they'll look and say, well, what is the problem? Why hasn't this been built? This is about safety. This is about people's lives. All of you fly, your family flies. Why hasn't it been done? And the problem is, in government, it takes way too long. So technology changes and money changes and administrations change. We have to do this fast, which is why we need the partnership from the Congress to give us the money up front. The best ideas and the best technology available in the world, we're going to build in the system. I think, Mr. President, we can do it in 3 years. I think Trump Tower was built in 3 or 3.5 years. I think we could match the Trump Tower time frame.
2 years.
Okay.
2 years.
Maybe not that good, but about 3 years. And again, we have to choreograph because again, our towers are operational, keeping planes in the air. So we got to choreograph this, but we can do it in short order. If I can just make one other point, Mr. President. We're $36 trillion in debt. You've never had a DOGE. We've never come in and looked at our government the way, Mr. President, you've looked at this government and said, there's too many people, there's contracts, fraud, waste, and abuse. And so we've had a few bumps in the road as we've gone through this process, but if you look around this room, everybody has seen how the process has evolved, and everyone appreciates some of the insight and technical support that we've gotten to make this government more efficient, to make it more responsive to the American people. And so, again, when you have a new system like this, you'll get some bumps. But things are rolling out. The last 3 weeks have been much, much better as our teams have integrated and we're working to deliver for the American people. And I would say some of the press had made comments last time about what happened in the last meeting. We had a great conversation in the last meeting. Elon and I had a great call after the meeting, and so sometimes the reporting can be a little bit off. I love the analysis that you guys do when you're not in the room. But I would just note that we're working well together, Mr. President, and the whole team here is working well together.
Well, actually, we decided to see you after the cabinet meeting instead of before, and I think that's nice. But if you think about it, I guess never in history has anybody invited you to a cabinet meeting. We're very open and transparent, and we had a very good meeting today. So, I mean, you're standing here, you're seeing what the result of the meeting is. I think we're doing an amazing job for essentially 8 weeks on the job. I think there's never been anything like it. Did you have a question, please?
Two, actually, if you don't mind. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. One, actually, to follow up on the Attorney General's comments, and then one for you. You said that you're now preparing to prosecute examples of fraud across federal agencies that have been referred to you. Is that what you said?
We are working with a team. We have a team of attorneys in place working with Elon's incredible team, helping us, taking referrals from the cabinet members. You know, these are your tax dollars. And a lot of it is just abuse, a lot of it's waste. But if it's fraud, we are investigating it, and we're coming. We are looking at multiple cases of fraud throughout the federal government.
One for you, Mr. President. Greenland is confused about the Second Lady and the National Security Advisor visiting this week. They're concerned that this is further provocation, whatever it is you ultimately want for Greenland. Could you further explain why they're going? What is the ultimate end goal when it comes to
Yeah, well, not provocation. This is friendliness, not provocation. We're dealing with a lot of people from Greenland that would like to see something happen with respect to their being properly protected and properly taken care of. They're calling us, we're not calling them. And we were invited over there, and I thought it would be I have great respect for the wife of our of our great Vice President. I think she's she's a brilliant woman. She's a very nice woman, and she loves the concept of Greenland. And so she's going there, and I think Marco's going there, and some others are going there. But we've been invited, and they really like the idea because they have been somewhat abandoned, as you know. They haven't been taken good care of. And I think Greenland's going to be something that maybe is in our future. I think it's important. It's important from the standpoint of international security. And if you look at the ships outside of Greenland, you have Russia, you have China, you have lots of different people and lots of different places, and it cannot go on the way it is. It's not going to go on the way it is. I'll make a statement. It's not going to happen. So they're going there, and that's purely friendship.
Who's doing the inviting? You said
A lot of people, yeah. People from Greenland are asking us to go there. We have many, many requests from many, many people, some officials too.
Mr. President,
Yes,
I asked
please.
you about economic forecasts. I saw one economic forecast coming out from the OECD this past week. They are forecasting stagflation for the United States, a downtick in terms of GDP growth. Do you agree with that forecast? What do you see over the course of 2025 for our
Well, we inherited a very, very bad and perilous situation from a group of people. Again, we just got here from a group, and this takes a long time to develop, from a group of people that truly didn't know what they were doing. And you see that with not only costs, you see that with all of these fake contracts that have been given out. So we inherited a bad situation, but I think we're going to have an economy that booms. I think when it all kicks in, it's not going to take very long, because some of these people that announce that they're going to spend billions of dollars, I mean, literally, Apple is spending $500 billion. They've never made anything close to that to do that. They're building plants here instead of China, instead of other places. When it all happens, and it's going to happen very soon, these are people that are already, in many cases, they're already starting. They just announced. In some cases, they announced, but they actually started before the announcement, as you know, because some are already building. This is going to kick in. I think it's going to be amazing. So they're looking at, based on numbers that I was looking at 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I was very concerned about the economy. We're going to have something that's like nobody's ever seen before. We have numbers, and we have job generation that I don't think we've ever seen before. See how it works out? But I think the economy is going to go through the roof.
Okay. Mr. President,
Yeah,
also,
please.
about Ukraine, in an interview with Time Magazine published this morning, President Zelensky said he believes that some members of your team have been influenced by Russian information. Those were his words. What do you have to say to that?
Well, probably they have been influenced to get this thing settled, because Ukraine wants to see it settled. I think they have to have it settled, and Russia wants to see it settled. And I think if I weren't president, this would never happen. Marco's doing a great job, and Steve Witkoff has been incredible. Michael Waltz. We have a great group of people working on it, and that takes a good part of their day, settling something that really, it affects us monetarily because we've given so much money, and we're getting that done. In fact, Scott is telling me that The agreement on rare earths is just about completed. They'll sign it shortly. So it's, as you know, Europe is in for a very small fraction of what we're in for. It affects them much more than it affects us. Again, they are in as a loan, which nobody knew until I came along. Europe is giving the money to Ukraine as a loan. We were just pouring money into Ukraine. It was a very unfair situation. So we made a deal on rare earths. But most importantly, we want to stop the killing that's going on. 2,500 on average, mostly soldiers, a week are being killed. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, and if we can stop it, that's a very important thing to me on a human basis. Okay, anybody else?
Are you signing the rare earths deal today?
On a human basis.
No, we'll be signing it soon.
So on Ukraine.
It'll be signed very soon.
Can I ask another question on Ukraine?
Yeah.
You recently mentioned the fate of all the Ukrainian children abducted and transported to Russia.
Right.
So are you demanding that Russia return these kids to their families in Ukraine?
Well, it's one of the things that we're talking about. I know that no decision's been made. We're talking about territory right now. We're talking about lines of demarcation. We're talking about power plant ownership. Some people are saying the United States should own the power plant and then work it that way because we have the expertise to fix it up, et cetera, et cetera. It's okay. That would something like that would be fine with me. But they are talking about ownership of the big nuclear power plant in particular. But all of these things will come up, and they have come up, and that has been discussed, yes. Okay. I want to thank everybody very much. This was a great meeting. These are phenomenal people. We're lucky to have them. I have to tell you, I want to thank you all. And Elon, I want to thank you. I know you've been through a lot with this horrible situation that happens.
That's right, saving America.
It's very unfair. What he is a patriot. Here's a man that I can tell you, he's a friend of mine. He's become a friend of mine. He supported me in the election. That's when I got to know him, really. I knew him a little bit from the first term, but not much. But he's a patriot more than anything else. He's never, think of it, he has never asked me for a thing. He could have. I always say, I wonder if he's ever going to ask me for something. And that's always subject to change, and if it does change, I'll let you know about it. But Elon has never asked me for a thing. I mean, I got rid of the electric car mandate. I have no idea how that affects him, but possibly not good. I don't know. But he's never asked me for a thing. And I think that's an amazing tribute. I did get activated last week when I saw what they were doing. I said, he makes an incredible product, and we're going to go out and tell people you can't do that stuff and support him. They got to support him, because if he wasn't doing this, he wouldn't have any of these difficulties. And I think it's getting less and less. Pam has done a great job with regard to all of the, I mean, I know the kind of investigations that are going on. If she finds them, which she will, she already found 4 of them. But I think they're going to suffer very grave consequences, because they're really terrorists when you think about it. They're terrorists at a high level. And I think the people that are financing them, they could very well be people I know, people that you write about. But those people are in big trouble, so they better cut it out. But Elon's a patriot. We want to thank you very much for the job you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Now, we just saw the aftermath of the cabinet meeting. So, Elon was there. Of course, he's doing great work with every cabinet member here, helping them cut cost, fraud, waste, and unnecessary spending in their respective offices, or what, cabinets or whatever. He's helping them cut cost. All right. Now, the media is gonna spin this and say he's in the who voted for Elon? Who voted for Elon Musk? I can promise you this is what CNN is about to say in the morning.
Money on an amendment, I guess an amendment in a long time.
I don't know. What's the anticipation?
Okay, we have a beautiful announcement to make. It's very exciting. Money is pouring in, and we want to keep it that way. And I think that's what's going to happen. We have tremendous interest in our country, more than ever before. There's never been anything like it. We're almost at a $4 trillion level, and that's something that's never happened. And I think hopefully it's because of the election on November 5th, but it's also because of tariffs, I suspect, Governor. But I'm thrilled to welcome Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, a friend of mine for a long time, and to have you at the White House. And we thought this was going to happen, and I said, if you get it signed up, we'll do it at the White House, and you got it all done. I'm proud of you. Not surprised. Executive Chairman of Hyundai Motor Group, Jung E. Sun. Thank you very much. What a great honor. Vice Chairman Jay Chang. Jay, thank you. Hyundai Steel President Su Gang Hyun. Thank you very much. President, that's big stuff. And former Ambassador Sung Kim. Thank you very much. Great honor to have all of you. Also, and these names are much less difficult for me, but I think we got them right. But this one we will definitely get right. Mike Johnson, our great speaker, and he's been doing a real job. Right, Mike? It's an easy job, isn't it? House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Steve, doing all right, Steve. I'll tell you, he went through a lot, and he's stronger than ever. Louisiana Speaker Philip Duvalier. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Senate President Cameron Henry, State Representative Ken Brass, State Senator Ennie Lambert, and Ascension Parish President Clint Coint-Ment. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. Great to have you with us. Today we're delighted to report that Hyundai is announcing a major $5.8 billion investment in American manufacturing. In particular, Hyundai will be building a brand new steel plant in Louisiana, which will produce more than 2.7 million metric tons of steel a year, creating more than 1,400 jobs for American steelworkers. And then there'll be major expansion after that. This will be Hyundai's first ever steel mill in the United States, one of the largest companies in the world, by the way, supplying steel for its auto parts and auto plants in Alabama and Georgia, which will soon produce more than 1 million American-made cars every single year. The cars are coming into this country at levels never seen before. Get ready. This investment is a clear demonstration that tariffs very strongly work, and I hope other things also, but the tariffs are bringing them in at levels that have not been witnessed. Hyundai will be producing steel in America and making its cars in America, and as a result, they'll not have to pay any tariffs. You know, there are no tariffs if you make your product in America, so it's something that's why so many people are coming. As you know, we have from Taiwan, the biggest chip manufacturer in the world, is coming in with $200 billion, and we have a lot of people coming and plants coming and companies coming that never would have been here, never would have even thought about it. The new steel plant in Louisiana is part of an even larger $21 billion investment Hyundai will be making in the United States over the next couple of years. The company will also be massively increasing its auto manufacturing in Georgia and investing billions of dollars in advanced American technology companies. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask the executive chairman to say a few words, and it's a great honor to have Hyundai, a truly great company. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here today, and thank you for the invitation. And congratulations on the remarkable start to your new term.
It's been good.
All right.
Great.
So Hyundai Motor entered the U.S. 1986. Since then, we have invested over $20 billion and now support more than 570,000 American jobs across all 50 states. Today, I'm pleased to announce an additional $21 billion in a new investment over the next 4 years, our largest U.S. invest ever. A key part of this commitment is our $6 billion investment to strengthen the U.S. supply chain from steel and parts to automobiles. We are especially excited about Hyundai Steel's multi-billion investment in a new facility in Louisiana, which will create 1,300 American jobs and serve as the foundation for a more self-reliant and secure automotive supply chain in the U.S. To mark this milestone, we are honored to visit President Trump alongside Governor Landry and Speaker Johnson and Leader Scalise, deepening our partnership with the United States and reinforcing our shared vision for American industrial leadership. And this week, we are also proud to open our new $8 billion auto plant in Georgia. With this, our U.S. vehicle production will exceed 1 million units per year, as President mentioned. Our decision to invest in Savannah, Georgia, creating more than 8,500 American jobs, was initiated during my meeting with President Trump in Seoul in 2019.
That's right.
Yeah, and after that, 2020 in Davos, I mentioned about the new plant. So American Jobs was initiated during at the time. Now, as we proudly mark the completion of this transformative project in coincides with the beginning of President Trump's second term, making this moment even more special.
Thank you.
Yeah. Furthermore, HMG will purchase $3 billion worth of U.S. LNG to support America's energy industry and enhance our energy security. All of these efforts will accelerate the localization of our supply chain in the U.S., expand our operations, and grow our American workforce. With your leadership, Mr. President, Hyundai Motor Group is proud to be a stronger partner in America's industrial future. I'd like to personally invite you to visit one of our state-of-the-art manufacturing facility and see firsthand our commitment to the United States and our American workers.
Right.
So thank you to our American partners and employees and communities. We are really proud to stand with you and proud to build the future together. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I thought maybe we have our great speaker, and we have two very good friends, Mike and Steve, and you come from a certain state that we're talking about right now that we love, and I've done very well there. I've always won by a lot. I love that state, so I was happy to hear about it. That's why I said, come on over. But Mike, would you and Steve like to say a few words, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. We're excited. It was mentioned earlier what a great start we've had to your second term, and we're just getting started. Everyone should know that. There'll be more of this because it's the policies that are bringing about the great growth, and it's about leadership. And we have a strong new leader back in the White House, and it makes a big difference because everybody around the world is seeing that, and everyone around the country is applauding it. We were on district work period last week, and Steve Scalise and I and our colleagues were traveling around the country doing campaign events, raising money, doing all the things that are necessary to ensure that we keep the House majority for the Republican Party. And I'll just tell you, I was in multiple states over the last week, and everywhere I went, Mr. President, people are excited. There's this great sense of relief. almost euphoria out there because they know that America's back. This is the America First agenda. We're so grateful for these great friends with Hyundai to invest in Louisiana. We have extraordinary leadership on the state level, and leadership makes a big difference. We're so grateful to be a part of this. We want to tell you all this is a great investment in Louisiana and in America. More to come. Thank you so much. Steve?
Well, thank you again, Mr. President, for opening up the White House to this great group. Governor Landry has brought the same kind of energy to the governor's mansion in Louisiana that President Trump has brought to the nation in the White House. You know, some people marvel at President Trump's stamina. Over the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, we spoke by phone on some different legislative initiatives that we're working on with Speaker Johnson to continue moving the agenda forward. Those very things that President Trump ran on, he's delivering for the American people. And this announcement by Hyundai is one more example of how that agenda that President Trump ran on to make America first again is working for the American people. When you talk about 1,300 plus really good jobs in Louisiana, those are all American workers. That's billions of investment coming in from Hyundai into the United States that would not have been here without President Trump's leadership. And I think people know that, they see it. It's been a long time coming, but we applaud the work that Hyundai is doing with Governor Landry to come to our state. But for President Trump, we're seeing this all across the nation, and we're just getting started. A lot more to come, Mr. President.
That's very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
The size of the investment, partly because of tariffs. On April 2nd, the reciprocal tariffs will go into effect. Is it truly reciprocal? Are there some countries that might get a break or some sectors that might get a break?
Well, I may give a lot of countries breaks, but it's reciprocal, but we might be even nicer than that. You know, we've been very nice to a lot of countries for a long time, but I call it Liberation Day. April 2nd is Liberation Day. But today, as you know, we did something with respect to Venezuela. You heard about that, and that will be quite important. We'll be announcing some additional tariffs over the next few days, having to do with automobiles, cars, and having also to do a little bit with lumber down the road, lumber and chips. We're going to get all those chip companies coming back. They're already coming back without even doing it. So it's been very good. But we'll be announcing some others. But for the most part, April 2nd will be a big day. That'll be Reciprocal Day. And we'll be bringing some of the money back that's been taken from us. Let's be nice by using the word taken. I don't want to use a stronger word because these guys are professional politicians and they don't like to hear those words. I refuse to use the word stolen from us, but that's a...
Countries mutually bring down tariffs. Are you seeing that negotiation?
Oh, it happened. Well, the European Union lowered their tariffs to 2.5%. We were only at 2.5% for cars, which is very low. And as you probably heard, that European Union lowered their number from much higher than that, many, many times higher. Surprised to 2.5%. So that was good. But I don't know that I expect that. It's up to them. But we have reciprocal tariffs.
Mr. President, your reaction to the story in The Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis? Right. Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
This announcement on Hyundai, is this a blueprint for you for other automakers to come to the United States to do what Hyundai was doing and investing so much in Louisiana and creating these new jobs?
Absolutely. That's a nice question from you. That's a shocking question, how nice it is, huh? That's okay. That's a question that's a good question, actually. Yeah, sure. Hyundai's a great company. We have other great companies coming in, and we have some that are going to be staying here and very much expanding. And we have tremendous interest in every business. I can't just say automobiles, but automobiles is a big one. And yeah, this is the beginning of A lot of things happening. We've had, as you know, Apple's announced a $500 billion investment, and other companies have announced 250, 300 billion. But we're well into the $3 and $4 trillion mark, which has never happened to our country before. What it really means is jobs. All we care about is jobs, right? We care about quality and quality of life and safety and security, but we care about jobs. And they're going to have we have a lot of people coming in.
Governor Landry, if I may, Governor Landry, I would love to ask Governor Landry a question, if you don't mind. How did you convince Hyundai to come to your great state? How did you convince them to come to Louisiana?
It was easy. I told them we were going to have a great president this year, right? Look, I think that this is Americans seeing the America First policy in action, right? It's not just promises, it's about action. And not only and I appreciate their patience, because all last year, many of these legislators, the Speaker and the Senate President, we worked on making Louisiana as friendly for business as the president is making America. We worked on public safety. We worked on educational reform, which the president's been working on. We worked on tax reform, historic tax reform. And what I can tell you is, to echo what the president said, in Louisiana right now, I believe before the summer's over, we'll have $50 billion worth of construction projects going on in Louisiana. That is a record, Mr. President. It has never happened under any other president, under any other administration. And I can only look at the leadership that he has brought, not only to the White House, but to the world as well. And so to have these executives come here and say, hey, we want to invest in America, because for decades now, what Americans have seen is jobs being offshored rather than onshored. And today's announcement is exactly that. This is a message for all America that this president and their governors out there care about the American worker.
Mr. President, on your Venezuela tariffs, and I have to tell you that if you have any trouble getting permits, which you won't, come see me. I'll get them for you immediately. All right? But you're not going to have any trouble. You know, we had, when I first got involved in this world of politics, when I went down to Louisiana, you know, the two big LNG plants, and they were stuck for 14 years. They tried to get permits, and these were $12 billion and I think $15 billion plants. And they were working on it for 14 years in one case, I think 13 or 14 in the other. And I was able to get them in less than a week. And they were shocked. And probably some consultant got a lot of money for doing it, but nobody spoke to me about it, other than this gentleman at the time. He mentioned it, and he did. They were in very much different positions, but they wanted to see if we could break the logjam. And I got it done. In one case, I actually got it done in one day. And the other case, I didn't do as well. It took a full week. And they built, and they're up, and they're very successful now. That was a long time ago, but we got it done immediately. You'll have no trouble getting your permits, I guarantee. These people, you're dealing with the top of the line. Okay? But just in case, call me.
On the Venezuela tariffs that you announced earlier today, sir,
yes.
You said it's 25% for any country that does business
That's right.
with Venezuela.
If they buy their oil from Venezuela, they have to pay a 25% tariff to do business with the United States.
Is that on top of existing tariffs? So, for example, China.
Yes, that would be on top of existing.
45% tariffs on China next week?
That's on top of existing tariffs, yes.
And so also next week, April 2nd, as you said, Liberation Day. Is that going to be sector tariffs as well as reciprocal tariffs?
It's going to be everything, yeah. It's going to be everything, but not all tariffs are included that day. For instance, we'll do some, as you know, we have already done steel and aluminum, and that's at a 25% level. And we are going to be doing automobiles, which you've known about for a long time. We'll be announcing that fairly soon, over the next few days probably. And then April 2nd comes. That'll be reciprocal tariffs. But we may take less than what they're charging because they've charged us so much. I don't think they could take it. In other words, they've charged us so much that I'm embarrassed to charge them what they've charged us. But it'll be substantial. And you'll be hearing about that on April 2nd. And it will be Liberation Day because we'll be taking in large amounts of money for our country, and that's lower taxes and all of the things that are good, and jobs, a lot of jobs.
And what's your message to the big corporate clients of the big law firms that you've targeted with your executive orders? Do you want those big corporate clients to find new lawyers?
I just think that the law firms have to behave themselves, and we've proven that. We have others that want to make a settlement also. They, having to do with the election and other things, they behave very badly, very wrongly, and I appreciate the one, you know, these are the biggest firms, and they all came back realizing that they did wrong, and that's why they're doing this. So I just think they have to behave. We have to straighten out our country. We have to straighten out our elections. Our elections are very dishonest, very corrupt, and we have to straighten it out. And it's so easy to do it. And we should go to paper ballots. We should go to one-day voting. We should go to voter ID. And just one other thing, proof of a thing called citizenship in the United States. Wouldn't that be nice? How simple does that sound? Proof of citizenship, voter ID, one-day voting, and paper ballots. You know, paper ballots are very secure. They have watermark paper. It's very intricate stuff. It's very technologically advanced, even though it's paper. And you'd have no trouble. You wouldn't have dishonest elections, and you'd have them all done by 10 o'clock in the evening. You know, France went to that, and not that I want to copy anybody, but many others have also. And they had 38 million votes, and it was all done at 10 o'clock. They had a winner, they had a loser. That was it. Nobody was complaining. And they had it backed up with paper. And it's so easy to do. The other thing, you'd save about, this would cost you about 8% of what the machines cost. So the paper would be much less expensive. So if you're looking to save some money, that's a good way to save it. So it's a shame that we've gone through it. We've gone through a bad election, really bad election. The election was so bad. And think of it. You wouldn't have had the October 7th disaster with Israel. You wouldn't have had Russia and Ukraine, because that would have never happened. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had the type of withdrawal from Afghanistan that you witnessed, which was probably one of the primary reasons that Russia went into Ukraine. They saw that mess, how badly it was handled. They said, wow, this is a paper tiger that was handled by incompetent people. But that wouldn't have, we would have been out, but we would have kept Bagram, the big air base, which is 1 hour away from China, where they make their nuclear weapons. Would have been nice to have it, but now, you know who has it now? China has it. And so an honest election, and we wouldn't have had inflation. You know, you had the record-setting inflation. We wouldn't have had inflation. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to congratulate Hyundai, a great company, and we will do everything possible. And I will say you picked a fantastic state. You really with tremendous people and tremendous leaders. And Speaker, I want to thank you for doing a great job. You and Steve, thank you very much.
Yes,
appreciate it,
Thank
Steve. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Violated the Espionage Act, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody.
If you get a briefing on that, would you let us know, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Yep. OG Trump right there. We got one more. Actually, we got probably two more.
To celebrate the world's first democracy, Greece. But we are here also to celebrate the world's greatest democracy, the United States of America. We acclaim and remember the immortal heroes of 1821, who, like those of 1776, gave their all to attain liberty for their land. Mr. President, we especially thank you for your commitment to Christianity, and especially the Christians of the Middle East, who keep Christianity alive and thriving in the lands of its origin. As sons and daughters of the Mother Church of Constantinople, whose longest-serving leader in history is His All Holiness, our Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, we thank you for your unwavering support of the spiritual mission of the Ecumenical Patriarchate in Istanbul. Mr. President, you lead the world. You are the leader of the world. You are the leader in championing freedom and peace between all people. We are very grateful to you for your support of Greece and your support for the cause of justice in Cyprus. Through your leadership, you embody the values of our Christian faith and love for the gospel. You remind me of the great Roman emperor Constantine the Great. This emperor, your dear Mr. President, is the one who founded and built the magnificent city of Constantinople, my birthplace, known today as Istanbul. It is my great honor to present you with this Holy Cross. This cross is the very symbol that led this great Roman Emperor Constantine to victory. As Christ revealed to him in a vision, he said, "En tuto nica," told the emperor, means go with this and be victorious, Mr. President. This cross is an everlasting symbol of peace and an invincible trophy, a sign of divine strength and guidance. With this cross, I pray you bring peace to the world and make America invincible.
Wow, that's so beautiful. Thank you very much. I didn't know that was going to happen, but I'll take it. Thank you so much. Greek Independence Day. Wow. I'm delighted to welcome to the White House the hundreds of proud, hardworking Greek American patriots. I know so many of you. I like most of you. Some I don't like. They get to be very tough. Some pretty tough people out there, but that's okay. We love you. We love you all. In a few moments, I'll sign the proclamation to officially recognize tomorrow, March 25th, 2025, as Greek Independence Day, celebrating 204 years. That's right, celebrating 204 years of glorious Greek sovereignty and freedom. That's a long time. That's a great thing we're doing, and such an honor to have you. So, having His Eminence, the Archbishop, with us is very special, and I've been doing this from the very beginning. We missed 4 years, unfortunately. Bad things happened. A lot of bad things happened. And the world wasn't doing so well for 4 years, but we're doing well now. We're doing better now than we've ever done. We have things happening with our country that are incredible. And in terms of businesses coming in, I think we're close to $4 trillion now. Nobody's ever even heard of anything like that. And they're coming in, Archbishop, they're coming in at levels that we have never seen, and we're doing well, and the Greeks are doing well. They'll always do well. And I want to thank some of the wonderful Greek Americans working tirelessly by my side, members of my administration, friends of mine, and just incredible people. The President of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Where's Michael? Hello, Michael. Thank you, Michael. And Deputy Secretary of State, Michael Rigas. Michael, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Greeks for Trump. Those are the ones I really like. Christos Marafotsos. Christos, where's Christos? Good-looking guy he is. Thank you very much. And we also have some very powerful Greek politicians like Gus. Gus, will you please stand up? Nobody sees you. Gus Bilirakis, and he's a great friend of mine, and he's doing well. You're doing well, aren't you, Gus, huh? Yeah, I always say, stand up a little higher, Gus. And Mike Herodopoulos. Mike, thank you very much. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for everything. Lance Gooden. Where's Lance? I don't know how much Greek you have in you, Lance. You have? Oh, the Greek you do have. That's the ultimate. You're right. And Joe Wilson, our friend, Joe Wilson. Joe, thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Joe. And EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's got a big job. Thank you, Lee. He's got a big job. He's got to get those permits out fast because China gives fast permits, right? They don't even do permits. They just say build. Don't worry about it. Chief Financial Officer of Florida, Jimmy Patronis, who's running in a big race. He's running in a big race, and I hear you're doing well in the polls. You got to win that one, but they got to get out and vote, right, Jimmy? Yes, but you're doing great. And my former Chief of Staff, who's a terrific guy, Reince Priebus. Reince? Hi, Reince. Yeah, Reince is a terrific guy, and another terrific guy and woman, by the way. We have John Catsimatidis, #1, and his beautiful wife, Margot. And I want to thank you. And your daughter, Andrea, is here. Good. Wow, that's good. We have the whole family. He's done a fantastic job. The family has with ABC, and they have the biggest radio show and biggest station, I think, in New York. So good. So we have to really be nice to them when we think we're going to win New York. And if you have him on your side, but it's a great family. Thank you very much, my friends, for a long time. Thanks, John. Let me also extend a special welcome to Ambassador Nasika from Greece and Ambassador Sava from Cyprus, two very friendly rivals. Thank you both very much. And the bond between the United States and modern Greek nation goes back more than 2 centuries. On March 25th, 1821, Greek patriots began their noble fight to reclaim their destiny from the grip of a foreign empire, a very powerful foreign empire. President James Monroe said at the time that the whole civilized world had a deep interest in a victory for the Greek people. President Monroe understood that Americans were bound by history and culture to the birthplace of democracy and the cradle of Western civilization. From the pages of our Constitution to the architecture of this capital city, this wonderful city of ours that we're fixing up, starting to shape up very nicely, isn't it, huh? To the very words of the English language, the legacy of the Greeks is all around us. It encircles us. But perhaps the greatest gift we have inherited from that amazing culture is our incredible Greek-American community that is now more than 3 million strong. I worked very hard on getting your votes, but we didn't need to because we got them by a lot, right? We won by a lot, and we love them, and they love us. But we're joined today by one extraordinary Greek-American citizen, Alex Skarlatos. And you know the story of Alex, inspired by his grandfather who fought against the Nazis and the Greek resistance. Alex joined the National Guard after high school 10 years ago following a deployment to Afghanistan. You all read about this. Alex and his friends were on a train from Amsterdam to Paris when a bloodthirsty radical Islamic terrorist began shooting innocent people all over the train. They were falling left and right. In an act of tremendous valor, Alex and his comrades charged the gunman despite being completely unarmed and beat him into submission. And where is Alex? He's around here someplace. Get up here, Alex. Get up here. Come on, Alex. Get up here, Alex. Before providing life-saving aid to an American who was shot and hurt so badly, Alex's bravery helped save countless innocent lives that day. And today he continues to serve his country as a member of the Oregon State Legislature. So, Alex, come up here for a second. I at least want to shake your hand. Come up here. That's a big story. He had a lot of. I don't think I would have done that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Come here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Want to say something? Go ahead.
Oh. Well, one of the last times I was here was actually to watch our movie that Clint Eastwood directed, and we watched it with the president. Huh? And that was, I think February of 2018. And I honestly was surprised because I thought the president would watch about 10 minutes and then leave. And he stayed for the whole movie, which I was very impressed by because we played ourselves in the movie and the acting wasn't the best, but it was a very accurate movie. And the best part was when it came to the part where we were beating up the terrorist, the president hit me on the shoulder and was like, "Right on." And I was like, well, so one of the top tier memories for me. So I just wanted to say thanks so much, and great to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. We're also joined by another Greek American who first came here from Athens with $75 in his pocket after becoming an American citizen, Steve Valitsis. Where's Steve? Steve, that's our good story, Steve. He's got plenty of cash now. So you started off with $75, and today you have a lot of money. But Steve built one of the most respected catering companies in Washington and all around the East Coast. And they have proudly catered the inaugural banquet in the U.S. Capitol for every president since Ronald Reagan. And I must tell you, he just did ours. He did 3. The one we didn't show up to because something happened. He was ready to do 3, but something happened on the middle one. And we did awfully well that day, I will tell you. But he just did one on January 20th, 2025, and everybody is still talking about the great food and the great service, and you did a fantastic job. There were a lot of people. Thank you very much, Steve, and your family. Thank you. Also, many of you know Steve's daughter, Alexandra, as the director of the White House Visitors Office. Congratulations to Steve and Alexandra. Great job. Great job. Thanks, Alexandra. Great job you do. You do a fantastic job at the White House. Also with us in person, and a person that really is a great friend and been a great friend for a long time. I've known this woman, although she's very young yet. I've known her for a long time. She came here, and she loves our country, and she loves Greece, and now she's going to be the future ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, Kimberly Guilfoyle. And I'm going to say, Kimberly, come on up and say a few words. Kimberly, come. She's really a good person. She represents the Greek culture very well, I will tell you. She's very proud of it. Kimberly, please. Thank you, sweetheart. Come.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much of everyone being here. And I tell you, this is the honor and privilege of a lifetime to serve this country and to serve a country that I love so much, that is so near and dear to my heart, with Greece, and to do it under the guidance, the leadership, the most important, powerful president that this country has ever seen, a man of integrity. I know the measure of the man and his character and his strength, and I know his love for the people of Greece, the birthplace of democracy. And today we celebrate and cherish our rich history and our enduring bond, the United States and Greece, and the founding of the Hellenic Republic. And under President Trump, sleep well at night and wake up in the morning feeling hopeful and optimistic for a man that will fight for the economy of this country and of Greece, for religious liberty and freedom, and for the enduring alliance of Greece and the United States. God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
Four more years. Thank you, Kimberly. We are well represented with Kimberly. Do we agree? Thank you, Kimberly. From Washington to Chicago, from New York to Detroit, from Philadelphia to the famous Tarpon Springs. You know all about Tarpon Springs, Florida. Greek Americans have blessed our country with exceptional courage, patriotism, and tremendous skill. Under this administration, we will continue to honor the virtues, ideals, and spirit of this magnificent heritage, and it is indeed magnificent, that has flourished for thousands of years, from the golden age of ancient Greece to the golden age of America. That's where we are right now, the golden age of America. Right, John? Once again, let me wish you all a very, very happy Greek Independence Day. It's an honor, again, to have Your Eminence. It's an honor to have you with us. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate that magnificent cross. It will be with me always. And I'd just like to finish by saying you are a very, very special people. I wouldn't have missed this. I was very busy today. I had something. They took me away, and I said, well, isn't that the same day we're celebrating Greek Independence Day? They said, yes. I said, cancel the other one. It was a very big deal. It was not easy to do, my friend. It was not easy to do, but we did it, and it's now my honor to sign the proclamation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
He's such a OG. All right, check this out.
Good afternoon. The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider H.R. 1048, H.J. Res. 24, and H.J. Res. 75. First, we'll turn to H.R. 1048, the Deterrent Act. This legislation will bring much-needed transparency, accountability, and clarity to foreign gift reporting requirements for colleges and universities across the nation. It strengthens Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, which was intended to protect American colleges and universities from nefarious foreign donations. Foreign influence within higher education is not something to be taken lightly. It poses a seismic threat and one that must be addressed without delay. Without meaningful measures to increase transparency and accountability, we will never fully understand the true amount of foreign funds being funneled into colleges and universities. Under current law, institutions of higher education must adhere to these reporting requirements, though many fail to do so because of how weak current law actually is. A 2019 Senate report found that up to 70% of colleges and universities failed to comply with the law. That's unacceptable and must be changed. Next, we turn to H.J. Res. 24, a Congressional Review Act resolution that overturns another wrong-headed midnight rule from the Department of Energy relating to conservation standards for walk-in coolers and walk-in freezers. The Department of Energy issued this final rule a mere 2 days before Christmas last year. Yet another gift from the Biden administration that nobody asked for. This midnight rule piles on additional costs to the shoulders of Main Street businesses, while at the very same time takes a hatchet to consumer choice. Today, we're breaking out the shovels and burying this midnight rule in the grave where it belongs. Good riddance. Consumer choice is here to stay. Lastly, we turn to H.J. Res. 75, a Congressional Review Act resolution that overturns yet another wrong-headed rule by the Department of Energy relating to conservation standards for commercial refrigeration freezers and refrigerator freezers. Like the previous rule from the Department of Energy that was just discussed, this rule is yet another example of the regulatory barrage that the Biden administration launched against Main Street as well as consumers. Regulating this country into the ground benefits absolutely no one. That's an indisputable fact. Like the last rule, we'll bury this one in the grave also. Nobody will miss it. With that, I look forward to today's discussion, and I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I've really got to say that I'm so glad that Republicans are finally tackling a major issue that everybody, and I mean everybody, is talking about all the time: commercial walk-in freezers. Oh my God. I mean, coming off your recent deep dives into pool heaters and hot water tanks, I've got to hand it to this majority. You're really zeroed in on what's most important to the American people. Keep at it, because nothing says we're listening like congressional action on commercial refrigeration equipment. But if you happen to find a little extra time moving forward, maybe you might want to talk about something that I'm actually hearing about from my constituents, like how Donald Trump is openly using the Department of Justice to go after his political enemies, or how he's dismantling entire federal agencies, purging civil servants, and replacing them with loyalists. Maybe you could talk about how he and Elon are threatening to screw around with Social Security, even as people's retirement accounts are tanking because of chaotic economic proposals and reckless trade wars, or how his tariffs are already driving up prices for everyday goods again, hitting working families with a hidden tax while he pretends to stand up for them. And maybe you could discuss how he's telling people to buy Tesla stock while whining and dining Elon Musk at Mar-a-Lago. That's called corruption. Or how he's turning the presidency into his own get-rich-quick scheme while claiming to speak for the working people. I dare you to hold a town hall and tell your constituents what Republicans are using this committee to do. Hold hearings on commercial appliances while Donald Trump burns down the government. And as if wasting time on commercial freezer bills isn't bad enough, you're bringing up H.R. 1048, the Deterrent Act. Now, let's be real. This is all about handing Donald Trump and his cronies another tool to go after schools, students, and faculty who dare to challenge their ideology. This is about punishing higher education institutions, and maybe you guys think that learning is a liberal conspiracy. Because the bottom line is this isn't about policy, it's about fear. You either toe the line, you either say what we want you to say, do what we want you to do, or you'll be punished. It's also about gutting the Department of Education and making it so that the only people who can afford college are the ones already at the top. Gutting the Department of Education means larger class sizes. It means fewer teachers. It means higher tuition. And it means devastating cuts to research and innovation, research that leads to medical cures, climate solutions, and economic growth, all to bankroll tax cuts for billionaires and appease the whims of a man who thinks democracy is an inconvenience. Well, Democrats believe in something better. We believe government should work for all people, not just the wealthiest few. We believe in investing in education, health care, housing, clean air and water, and jobs. We're ready to work with anyone serious about delivering results for working families, but we will not stand by while Trump and his Republican enablers try to turn the government into their own personal ATM and a weapon for retaliation and revenge. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Tim Walberg and Ranking Member Bobby Scott, my good friends from the Committee on Education and the Workforce. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Walberg, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be in front of you and the committee today. Foreign nations, including our biggest adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party, contribute billions to American universities. The lack of transparency around foreign relationships should cause concern for every American as we see a rise in stolen research, anti-Semitic propaganda, and academic censorship. H.R. 1048, the Bipartisan Deterrent Act, brings much-needed transparency to the financial ties that our universities have with foreign entities. While American institutions have research and financial partnerships with foreign institutions, we know that our adversaries often hijack these legitimate partnerships to undermine our nation's interests. Investigations by the first Trump administration found billions in foreign funding to colleges and universities were unreported. And unfortunately, there are plenty of recent examples just in the last 2 years of schools and faculty failing to disclose troubling partnerships regarding sensitive research. Of course, the incidents we see are just the tip of the iceberg. Without transparency, we have no idea the true amount or use of these foreign funds. It's disturbing that we have little to no idea the true amount or impact of foreign funds at our institutions. We should be proactive, not reactive. When it comes to threats on our college campuses, it's time to pass the Deterrent Act. This bill holds institutions accountable by slashing the foreign gift reporting threshold for colleges, especially for adversarial nations like China and Iran. It also closes reporting loopholes that have allowed institutions to skirt the rules. Most importantly, however, this bill puts in place strong enforcement mechanisms that will lead to greater partnerships and accountability, like pulling federal student aid funding from institutions that refuse to comply after multiple violations. The bottom line is that the Deterrent Act will keep our adversaries at bay and hold our institutions to a higher standard. Last Congress, under your leadership, Chairwoman Fox, the Deterrent Act was able to pass the House floor with strong bipartisan support. I look forward to seeing this bipartisan bill pass the floor again and get signed into law, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Representative Scott, you're recognized for your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. I'm here today to speak in opposition of H.R. 1048. First, I have to point out that earlier this month, the Secretary of Education fired half the staff at the Department of Education, and last week, President Trump signed an executive order to dismantle the department altogether. To date, the administration has shown little regard for the irreparable harm this will cause students, educators, and future workforce and parents who are already struggling. Moreover, their actions are forcing more dedicated civil servants with invaluable institutional knowledge out of the federal government. And they'll be, of course, replaced by political appointees who will answer only to President Trump and Elon Musk. So we're here today to discuss the merits of H.R. 1048, a bill that would increase work and responsibility of the very department this administration is actively dismantling. This Congress, Republican majority in both House and Senate, has a real opportunity to address the many real pressing issues that students actually face, like closing achievement gaps, addressing college accessibility and affordability, and ending gun violence in schools. But here we are. The first bill we considered was a bill to allow bullying of trans students who want to join their school sports teams, and this bill, which will isolate America from its key allies. Global collaborations have allowed universities to make bold, forward-thinking strides in health, science, and technology for their communities and people across the world. Additionally, institutions have collaborated with the U.S. government to enhance our research ecosystems by attracting and retaining researchers and scholars from around the world. These partnerships have strengthened the inner workings of our economy and positioned America as a leader in scientific and intellectual research. But as written, the Deterrent Act would codify the Trump administration's ability to seize funds from schools if they're found to be engaging with any country or representative that the Secretary of State deems a threat. In fact, despite concerns stakeholders and I've raised, the bill fines colleges $50,000 after a single reporting mistake, but fails to provide any support to help under-resourced colleges manage this absurdly onerous reporting. The bill would also force institutions to deviate from the established compliance and reporting guidelines already in existence under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act and the significant guidance and reporting already required from other federal agencies. It would also disincentivize institutions from hiring talented international faculty because they fear that their federal funding could be indiscriminately pulled. For example, the bill singles out partnerships with entities and scholars from certain countries, quote, of concern, unquote, targeting researchers based purely on their nationality. So let's be clear, this legislation that provides targeted and thoughtful steps to protect our research, let's be clear, we need legislation that provides targeted and thoughtful steps to protect our research and develop initiatives, but we need to do it without jeopardizing global partnerships that benefit everybody. And to do so, I've offered a thoughtful alternative to improve Section 117 compliance and support institutions as they evaluate and implement their research integrity and foreign influence policies. That amendment builds on the Biden administration's work to support global partnerships and curb undue foreign influence without stifling innovation or creating hostile campus environments for international students. Specifically, it aligns reporting requirements with those of federal agencies and requires the Secretary of Education to go through negotiated rulemaking to address key implementation of Section 117. To that end, I strongly urge my colleagues to accept the amendment and reject 1048 as it's currently drafted. And to bring us back to reality before I conclude, this will all be moot if we dismantle the Department of Education because you won't have anyone to administer the program. I challenge my Republican colleagues who know that abolishing the Department of Education will harm our children to impose the administration's actions publicly. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you very much both for your testimony. And I just have one question. Chairman Walberg, last week, President Trump issued an executive order regarding the closing of Department of Education, and Representative Scott mentioned it, that regards to the executive order and the intent of the bill, how would the provisions of your bill be implemented if the Department of Education were to be shut down?
Well, I appreciate that question and the concern that my friend, colleague on the committee has about that. But we know that the President in his executive order made it very clear that we would need Congress to act if we're going to abolish the entire department, to right-size it, to depower certain parts of it, to shift certain provisions that we have assumed come from the Department of Education and give those to other departments, like has been done in the past with Health and Human Services. The Department of Treasury has the capability of writing checks. On this very thing, we certainly have the potential of keeping it in the Department of Education as long as it's there. If not, there's the Department of Justice that has capabilities of doing these things. 117, Section 117 was not used at all during President Biden's term, not at all, which encouraged some of the things that we're concerned with now to take place. So I don't think we have a problem with what's in place now as long as we put teeth and use Section 117 as this bill attempts to do. And again, it is a bipartisan bill. There were 31 Democrats who voted for it in the last term, and I think it shows that it's well positioned to care for the needs, especially when we have countries like Russia, China, specifically the Chinese Communist Party, Iran, and North Korea involved. Those are our concerning countries.
Thank you very much. I'd call on Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, thank you. Chairman Walberg, let me just first ask you, Mr. Scott has an amendment, and this is the Rules Committee. Do you have any, would you support this committee making in order his amendment so that we can bring it to the floor and discuss it?
I will leave that to the committee to do that. I think the bill is drafted very well. Again, it was a bipartisan bill, and I'm going to stand with my bill.
So,
I prefer no amendments.
Okay, all right. Well, but that's a trend in this committee, because most of the bills coming out of here are closed rules. I feel like we're in Russia sometimes. But you began by talking about that this is about our national security, and I kind of found that rich, especially when I'm looking at what we learned today. I don't know if you saw the article in The Atlantic by Jeffrey Goldberg, but his article is entitled, "The Trump Administration Accidentally Texted Me Its War Plans. U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen, and I didn't think it could be real. Then the bombs started falling." I ask unanimous consent to insert this in the record.
Without objection.
But on this text chain was the Vice President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense. I'm just looking really briefly here. Michael Walls, and John Ratcliffe. I mean, if you're worried about national security, let me tell you, you got bigger problems on your hands right now. And I'm hoping that maybe there'll be some oversight hearings into how something like this can happen. I mean, you got a team in place, especially the Department of Defense, who are not qualified to be there, quite frankly, and this is the kind of stuff you get. Want to talk about national security threats? This is a national security threat, and I hope that my Republican friends will look into it. Mr. Scott, I mean, you heard what Mr. Walberg said. Don't worry, be happy. Some other agencies will pick up the slack. I mean, my understanding is that already 2,000 people have been cut from the Department of Education. You know, I don't know who's going to administer all the different programs that the Department of Education administers, by the way, to the entire country. But I was interested if you had a response to.
Well, what has to be reported are gifts, and if it's from a, quote, country of concern, which could be a citizen of a country of concern, there's no value limitation, any gift, cup of coffee, anything. And so it's without regard to the amount, the value. He says countries like, and named a couple, the colleges trying to comply would have to ascertain which are the countries of concern. And without any professional development, I'm not sure most would be able to figure that out. And it's a changing list. So I guess you got to keep up to just make sure the Secretary of State hadn't stuck another name or two on there.
Right. So any country that the administration deems a country of concern.
If it's on the list and you got to go, it's cross references what country of concern means. And all it does is if you don't know the citizenship of your colleague, if you're a university professor, you don't necessarily know the citizenship of your colleagues. And so the safe thing to do would be just discriminate against anybody that looks foreign.
So,
and that would be the effect of this legislation.
So basically, it says, this bill allows the administration to add any country they deem to be engaging in, quote, conduct that is detrimental to the national security or foreign policy of the United States, end quote, as a foreign country of concern. That's the way this is. So does that mean if this bill becomes law, the administration can, continue its absurd feud with our closest neighbors and add Canada and Mexico as a foreign country of concern?
Well, and how would you find out? You're going to keep up with the federal record? And if you've got a Canadian colleague and you're doing research, all of a sudden, if they bring coffee and donuts to the office, all of a sudden accepting coffee and donuts, you find you got to report that, and you're on the list of people who have accepted foreign gifts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess my problem with all of this is that it boils down to just trust us. I mean, Donald Trump's administration isn't going to add a country to this concern list just because, you know, their feelings got hurt. I mean, that's my worry. I mean, just trust us. And, you know, and going back to what I said before, I mean, I'm looking at what has already been done at the Department of Education. They've gone from 4,000 employees for the whole nation down to 2,000. And then we're being told that they're going to move student loans over to the Small Business Administration. Is that what your understanding, Chairman?
It's our understanding as of today, but it's not our understanding that it's permanent.
Well, but I also want to insert into the record and ask unanimous consent for this, an article from Bloomberg Government. Small Business Administration had cut 43% of its workers in Doge push.
Without objection.
I mean, I get that nobody wants to say anything or question the administration in any way, shape, or form. But, I mean, you know, it is really concerning when you're seeing these dramatic cuts happen, I mean, quite quickly, without a lot of thought being given to where the cuts are coming. And then we're moving this program, the student loan program, over to Small Business Administration, which has other responsibilities, and they're supposed to administer this, and they're being cut by 43% as of right now. I mean, maybe even more. You know, so forgive me when I say I don't have any reason to trust this administration. Again, you know, as I said, just today we found out that the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Director of National Intelligence and others leaked a sensitive military operation via text to a random phone number that turned out to be a reporter. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And if this is what the administration is doing when it comes to keeping our service members safe, to protecting our secrets from our enemies, then guess what? I don't trust them when it comes to our students and our children and our education, or to administer this program in a way that, quite frankly, is dedicated to protecting our national security. I yield back.
Thank you. I would call on Mr. Roy.
I thank the chair. I thank the gentleman for appearing before the committee. We're talking about trust, and I would just ask Representative Wahlberg, I mean, I don't know if you share some of your concerns about trust, about the previous administration's handling national security when we lost 13 of our men and women in uniform in the disastrous departure from Afghanistan, or the trust in terms of leaving billions of dollars of equipment behind for our enemies to be able to use against us, and documentation that demonstrates it's being used against us. The trust that we have in an administration that doxed U.S. Special Forces soldiers in Israel, which the Biden administration had to admit and apologize for. So if I want to hear about the, you know, trust that I have in administration, it certainly isn't the one that had us, you know, basically handing over the keys to the kingdom with respect to our enemies, with respect to China, Iran, and yes, Russia, by its foolish energy policies and putting our allies and our own nation at risk. I assume the gentleman agrees with his concerns about the previous administration's handling of national security.
Certainly I do. Also, getting back to the issue at hand of education. After Congress put through legislation to simplify FAFSA so that students and their families could understand what potential they had for student loans and resources, the Department of Education couldn't do that. And for 3 years, students went without an understanding of what they had available to them. That was part of the law already in place, and the Department of Education, that since 1980 has spent over $3 trillion to have worse NAEP scores come out and continue to downgrade. So if we're talking about trust, the trust isn't there. But what we're talking of here is simply saying that a professor that takes some funds, a gift, has to come under the basically same provisions as a member of Congress in what we have to report and what we receive. That's trust. That's security issue. When we talk about $50 million or more coming from a foreign country, we ought to know about it. If the University of Michigan, I'll pick on my own, if the University of Michigan can determine what alumni or businesses are contributing to their athletic programs, I would think that the University of Michigan can determine what dollars are coming from China or North Korea or Iran or Russia. That's a simple reporting requirement. Again, if they can do it for their sports program, they can do it for this.
And to be clear, this legislation garnered 31 Democrats in support of it in the last Congress. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're addressing issues, for example, that American colleges and universities have disclosed $40 billion in foreign funding since 1981. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Including $1.1 billion in foreign payments in 2021 alone. And specifically, for example, a congressional investigation of certain research universities making clear that $40 million in unreported research contracts with the Chinese Communist Party. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So all we're trying to do, again, with 31 Democrats in agreement in the last Congress, is point out the extent to which we have our own enemies and our own adversaries funding our own institutions of higher education, which is undermining not only our national security, but the education of our youth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So pretty straightforward piece of legislation. Chinese sources have participated in donations or contracts worth more than $426 million to U.S. universities since 2011. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right, maybe not quite enough.
And so, exactly, it's probably more. And we wouldn't know because there's a lot of anonymous sources that we can't track. And we're trying.
117 wasn't used in the last 4 years.
So for all of our constituents out there listening, we simply just want to know whether your taxpayer dollars or borrowed money, how that's being used to set up universities that then have foreign money coming in to have massive influence on what your children are being taught and educated, and whether that's undermining our own national security. That's what we're trying to do here.
And the IP that is taken.
And there should be nothing partisan about that at all, correct?
Shouldn't be. This is a bipartisan bill.
Yeah, and the last point I'll make, and I'll yield back, is on the other matters, boards to say are unimportant. For the average small business owner who's having to deal with regulations and walk-in refrigerators or whatever it might be, it's really important. It's really important for a small business that wants to try to operate and not have to deal with the rubric of regulations that the administration, the previous administration, is piling on the small businesses. I mean, I just had to introduce a piece of legislation to try to unwind the complexities around a gas can, literally the Gas Can Freedom Act. So you can actually undo that the United States government has messed up a gas can. And you know what? The people that I work with, I see my colleagues over kind of shaking their heads, oh, this is unimportant. You know what it's important to? All the guys that I work with around my district who are just beside themselves frustrated. They literally can't just go buy a $5 gas can filled with gas and pour it into their freaking tractor without having to go through all the gyrations of a highly regulated device, supposedly for their safety. The American people are sick and tired of it. That's why they're backing the president. That's why they're backing an administration that's trying to undo the burden. Meanwhile, when we're spending $7 trillion with $5 trillion of income coming in, with $36 trillion of debt and counting, maybe, just maybe, there are some bureaucrats we can find to fire and some regulations to cut. I yield back.
Thank you. I would yield to Mrs. Scanlon from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, and I'd yield a minute or two to my colleague, Mr. McGovern.
Just briefly, maybe in your district, the number one issue is gas cans or refrigerators, but in my district, people are worried about Social Security, they're worried about Medicaid, they're worried about Medicare, they're worried about whether their kids can afford to get a college education, and all those things are under attack right now. And you can deny it all you want, but this administration has made clear where it's coming from. And in terms of national security, again, let me just read this slowly so that it sinks in. The Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans. This is according to Jeffrey Goldberg from the Atlantic magazine. U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real. Then the bomb started falling. So I get the gentleman from Texas. He's okay with the administration texting their classified war plans to a reporter on an unsecured phone. Boy, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we heard for 5 years about Hillary's emails, not a peep when they put classified National Security Council war plans on an iPhone. Give me a break. That nobody's concerned about that? That's not a national security issue? I mean, we're talking about this bill that somehow all these foreign countries are going to infiltrate our universities to be able to, to figure out what's going on, with our most sensitive national security issues. Our enemies, all they need to do is just read our text messages from the National Security Agency to get all the secrets. This is a real problem, and I hope some on the other side will recognize that. But the people who are running this show, quite frankly, are not qualified. I yield to the gentleman.
Well, we don't want to eliminate we don't want to lose the fact that any gift that has the possibility of influencing a college is already reportable. This just brings the threshold down to 0 for a list of countries that nobody knows what's on the list.
So if I get a cup of coffee, that has to be reported.
You got to report it.
That makes a lot of sense. Talk about excessive bureaucracy. Thank you for yielding.
Okay, thank you. I'm always happy to talk about funding for our universities, but I have to say I'm a lot more concerned right now about the funding that's been illegally impounded that goes to research and development at our universities, especially having just spent the last 10 days in my district, where I had one research group tell me that they had to stop the trials for ovarian cancer. They're actually treating people with promising medications for ovarian cancer, but they had to stop it because their funding through NIH was stopped. In another place, they had cuts to research on how different medical conditions impact our marginalized communities. But apparently that runs afoul of this administration's DEI prohibition. So if you're poor or you're Black, well, then you don't get to have research done on how your medical condition might be different. And then I got to talk to some of our building contractors. Because all this funding is being held up to the universities are having to shift their plans. In order to keep funding some of their research, they're canceling construction. So I'm talking to a contractor who this week has to go and lay off half of his team because the universities have had to pull back because this administration has illegally impounded their funding. So, if we're going to talk about funding for our universities, that's where I would start, with the real-time harm that is being done to colleges and universities across this country and how that harm is spreading to the health, education, and welfare of people across this country. And then even now, talk about trickle-down effect, trickling down and harming our contractors and businesses in those arenas. But coming back to this, I understand this is an area where there's been bipartisan agreement in the past that we need to have transparency with respect to where funding is coming from. And just if you could highlight for us a little bit, Mr. Scott, just how are those concerns addressed with your amendment?
Well,
and why doesn't this bill
Well, first of all, it sets a threshold that makes reporting consistent with what's already going on. It would, I mean, the idea that people are giving gifts that are creating foreign influence, anything that could create that kind of influence is already reportable. This just creates a ridiculous situation where if you go to a colleague's daughter's wedding and there's value in attending the reception, that you got to report it. Do you go? So your name's on a list of people who've taken gifts from countries of concern? I don't know.
Okay.
And so it just creates an absurd situation. It encourages discrimination against people. It would require you to check out their citizenship. The fact that someone is from a foreign country doesn't mean they're not a U.S. citizen.
Okay. So it sounds like a concern that might be able to be addressed by amendment.
Yeah.
Okay. I do share your concern that this creates new opportunities for bullying in the academic world, and we've certainly seen far too much of that over the last week or two. So I appreciate your testimony, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. I would yield to Representative Langworth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As Mr. Roy pointed out, a congressional investigation into this matter revealed that 2 top research universities uncovered nearly $40 million in unreported research contracts with the Chinese Communist Party. Representative Wahlberg, would top universities with armies of administrative staff and billions of dollars in resources simply not report substantial amounts of money in contracts with these entities controlled by our greatest adversary?
Well, that's our concern, and that's what we've seen take place, as you just reminded us, with some major universities, including schools like Stanford, that were in the news for doing that very thing. And like I said, they have the capabilities of determining what athletic boosters and organizations are contributing finances to athletes or the athletic program. I would think they could, with 4 specific countries, bad actors countries, very clear what they are on the list. It's not hard to find out. And if that's changed, that'll be fairly clear as well. But right now, 4 specific schools or countries that sit on that list of bad actors, I'd be certain that the attorneys that they pay could figure out how to report that.
And can you remind us again, what did the Biden administration do to cripple the enforcement efforts already on the books for these institutions who they really refuse to adhere to existing law?
They just didn't use Section 117. They just didn't use it. And we spent 4 years with that taking place, and that can continue.
Well, I really appreciate your testimony here. Between infiltration by CCP-backed entities and the violent demonstrations raging on college campuses against our Jewish students, institutions of higher education are long overdue for some very serious accountability and transparency. And I look forward to supporting this rule and this legislation on the floor, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman Walberg, Ranking Member Scott, for being here today and for your respective testimonies. Mr. Chairman, a couple of quick questions for you. So I take it you support the Department of Education's recently announced reduction in force. Is that correct?
I do.
Okay. This is the 50% reduction in force that Secretary McMahon of the Department of Education has initiated, so wiping out half of the personnel at DOE, right?
I do.
Okay. And you support President Trump's executive order, which he's purporting to initiate the dismantling of the Department of Education?
I do.
Okay. This bill purports to create a number of statutory requirements that will be imposed on universities across the country, one of which is to file reports, as you've detailed. Who are those reports filed with?
It'll go to the Department of Education until...
To which department?
It will go to the Department of Education that is still in existence and will continue to be in existence until the Congress passes both houses.
I see.
For repeal.
So the universities should file these reports with the department that just had half of its workforce eliminated and that President Trump has announced he would like to dismantle, both of which you support. But you believe we should pass this bill to impose reporting obligations on these universities. Who are they filing it with? I guess you're saying the 50% of the employees that are left, they'll file it with those folks?
That's the job of the Department of Education until it is no longer there.
I see.
That's what we deal with.
Sure. And once this administration has succeeded in its efforts to completely empty this agency, then what?
We move 117 to the appropriate entity that will handle it.
What entity is that?
That will be what we determine as Congress.
That you would determine that we would determine
that
collectively as Congress. That sounds very different than what President Trump has indicated.
That's what he said as well. He indicated clearly that the Department of Education couldn't be fully eliminated without an act of Congress. He understands that as well.
This is what I'm trying to understand, Chairman Walberg, because I've reviewed every page of this bill. It imposes a number of comprehensive obligations and requirements on the Department of Education, right?
Correct.
Right. It requires the Department of Education to publish a database of every single report that is filed by institutions of higher education across the country, right?
Transparency, yes.
Correct. And that's, the website is supposed to be, the database is supposed to be updated every 30 days, right?
Correct.
Right. And it requires the Department of Education to engage in an interagency process in which they are initiating legal action with the Attorney General if they find that a report was filed invalidly, correct?
Correct.
Correct. I'm trying to better understand how you can come before this committee and ask the Congress to pass a bill imposing a litany of requirements on a department that you believe shouldn't exist, on a department that you just conceded you support emptying the bowels of this agency. Half of the people at the Department of Education are gone on administrative leave. And we're here entertaining a bill asking the department to publish a comprehensive database that will be updated in real time? Who do you think is going to build this database of you? I understand that you're passionate about it, but if you want this database built, why don't you support a Department of Education to build it? How can you ask us to eliminate the agency and simultaneously impose obligations at the same time?
Well, I believe the Department of Education, as constituted by this administration, will have that authority and will have that ability.
I have no idea what you just, what do you?
I'm answering your question. The entity that is responsible for it within the Department of Education will be expected to carry it out.
What entity?
I believe we have an administration in place that will expect things to be done and will get them done.
What entity?
The Department of Education.
Do you know whether the sub-agency that would be responsible for publishing this database or the technical people building this database, do you know whether they exist anymore?
They certainly exist anymore because the department is there.
Could you tell me what agency that is?
It has been downsized. The same department that was there is still there. It's just less in number.
Yeah,
And efficiency
Chairman,
works in the private sector, ought to work in the public sector as well.
Look, I would just simply suggest to you that if you are this interested and this passionate, as you clearly are, and as many of your colleagues are, about changing the law and requiring more of the Department of Education, a good way to achieve that might not be cutting half of the workforce overnight. It doesn't quite make sense to me how one can make the argument that the department should be dismantled, abolished, eliminated, but by the way, let's spend time passing bills that impose additional requirements on the very department that you intend to eliminate. I don't get it. And I don't think the American people get it either. I understand, this bill a year ago, it was a reference by my colleague from Texas about bipartisan support that existed for the bill. And I understand, folks that have arguments about the merits of the bill. That was before the President of the United States announced that he intended to eliminate this department altogether, unlawfully, of course, but nonetheless, to your point, inasmuch as Congress obviously has the right and the constitutional authority to decide the fate of this department, feels like maybe the debate we should be having is whether or not the Department of Education should exist, since there are clearly many of my colleagues, it sounds like perhaps the chairman of the Education Committee included, who don't believe it should, and there are those of us who do believe it should. And those who fall in the latter camp, I think they have the right to be able to debate whether new requirements should be imposed on the agency. But I find it very rich to suggest to the workers at the Department of Education who are literally on administrative leave, half of them, thousands of people across the country, that we're debating whether or not we should impose more requirements on them since they don't really have jobs right now. I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
We're not imposing it on them. They are no longer part of the department. But I respect your position. But we still have to function in reality. And right now we have actors that are very negative toward our country, dangerous toward our country, as well as our educational policy that are involved. So it's time for us to take action and make sure that Section 117 is carried out.
Sure. So, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. What happens in 2 weeks when Secretary McMahon decides that instead of the 50% RIF that she's already implemented, she's going to do a 90% RIF? Then what?
We'll deal with that when it comes.
What do you?
Right now, we live in the reality of what is.
Okay, so the Secretary announces, this isn't a hypothetical. They eliminated half of the workforce already in the last 8 weeks. So if the Secretary decides that she's going to proceed a step further and eliminate another 40% of the agency, your argument essentially is, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. The Department of Education will decide which statutory requirements, which new mandates, unfunded mandates Republicans in Congress have decided to impose on the Education Department that they should comply with and which they shouldn't. That's basically it.
Well, I guess my answer to that again is that's another issue. We're dealing with the issue of dealing with clandestine, dangerous actors of countries that are donating and contributing to our educational system, especially our higher education institutions. And what do we do about that? How do we carry out Section 117 in a more productive way?
Sure.
And how do we deal with the reality of those clandestine actors and what they're doing right now? That's the issue of this bill. I'm not debating whether we reform, repeal, abolish Department of Education. What do we do with the responsibility we have now with national security?
And I hear you, Mr. Chairman. I hear you, and I hear the passion in your voice. And I think all I'm suggesting is, who do these colleges file these reports with? Who do they? The bill says that the Department of Education is supposed to create a new singular point of contact to work with all the universities so that we can address the national security concerns that you've articulated so well. And my question to you is, I don't know how the department is supposed to do that when you're eliminating the department.
Well, we haven't eliminated the department.
They've gotten rid of half of it.
Well, it isn't all yet.
They're halfway there. Well, yeah, thank God.
The
Yeah,
bottom
for the
line
students
is-
and the kids across the country. Yeah, I'm grateful that they haven't eliminated the other 50%. And of course, the order itself, as you know, is the subject of litigation that was initiated today. And I doubt that the executive order will ultimately survive scrutiny by the courts. But nonetheless, anyway, we belabored it. I'll give Ranking Member Scott an opportunity to
Thank you.
respond, and then I'm happy to yield to
Just want to remind everybody that when we talk about national security, any significant gift is already reportable. In fact, under the Biden administration, they had over 100,000 reports of gifts and contracts totaling about $60 billion. It turns out a lot more than under the former Trump administration because Section 117 was been around for a long time. And this bill would increase astronomically the number of reports that have to be made.
Yeah, it's precisely the point, Ranking Member Scott and Chairman Walberg. I don't mean to be, confrontational. I guess I'm just suggesting maybe it's something we can consider with Chairwoman Fox when she returns. I think there should be a new rule for the Rules Committee, which is if you're going to submit a bill to the committee imposing obligations or requirements on an agency, you should have to believe that that agency should continue to exist. Like that seems like a pretty simple requirement. So, for example, Chairman Walberg, if you believe that there should be certain requirements on the FBI, right, that there should be certain reports filed with the FBI, it would be reasonable to assume that you also believe the FBI should exist, right? It would be nonsensical to say, I have a bill, it's right here, and the bill says that the FBI shall do A, B, and C. But by the way, I don't believe that we should have an FBI, right? That wouldn't make sense, right? Or is that?
I would disagree to a point. I believe the function should be carried out, whether it's by FBI or any other agency is not the question. We deal with reality. Right now, the Department of Education, whether it's the large size, medium size, or the small size, is the department that deals with this issue.
Yeah, I'm not talking about size. The example I just gave you was its existence, not its size.
It exists.
Correct.
It exists.
It does exist. But I didn't decide to put
it exists.
I didn't decide to put into this bill, Mr. Chairman, that the Secretary of Education would have responsibilities A, B, C, and D. You did. I didn't decide that the Department of Education would have obligations to create onerous databases that are updated every 30 days for the American public to view. You've decided that's important for the Department of Education to do, which is why you've proposed this bill. And I understand the reasons why. I'm simply suggesting it'd be probably pretty helpful to say, I think there should be a Department of Education to implement the bill that I've proposed that the Department of Education should implement. That doesn't seem controversial.
I respect your position.
All right. I thank the gentleman.
Mr. Neguse?
Yes,
We're at 11:50, and I know that the new chairwoman has wanted to limit.
I appreciate your indulgence. I did want to yield 20 seconds here to my colleague from Pennsylvania, but I'm
I appreciate that, and I will be brief. My colleague from Colorado raised the fact that we are tasked, that the Department of Education is tasked with certain responsibilities, and one of our colleagues, I think it was Mr. Langworthy, mentioned his interest in making sure that we are addressing anti-Semitism in our educational institutions. Of course, the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education is responsible for doing those investigations and having that redress. And with the riffing of half the Department of Education in Philadelphia alone, they laid off the entire Office of Civil Rights, dozens of people whose job it is to investigate and resolve those complaints. So this is a running theme here that we have the administration basically gutting the functions of government at the same time claiming that there are functions of government that have to be completed. So that's all. I'd yield back to Mr. Neguse.
Thank you very much, and I would yield to Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chairman Walberg, I want you to know I think the databases do matter. And, there's been a lot of talk about cuts to certain higher education organizations that are not-for-profit and don't pay taxes. And I took the opportunity to look up one of them that's been in the press. I'll keep the name to myself right now. And I actually know how to pull a 990 report. And I pulled the 990s, and while they were complaining about well, it was better than a $100 million cut from the administration that was coming to them. That particular not-for-profit had $4.5 billion in revenue that exceeded expenses for the years 2020 and 2021. And I'm going to bring a piece of legislation over the next couple of weeks that's going to require these institutions that have over $5 billion worth of assets to put a link to their 990 on the landing page of their websites. I think the public would be aghast at how much cash some of these institutions are sitting on and just how much revenue they have that exceeds their expenses. And yet, anytime they get what, well, $100 million is a lot of money, it's a pinprick to somebody who's got $4.5 billion in profits over 2 years. How much money some of these institutions are sitting on that they've been gotten in the form of grants or in this case donations from other countries. And I think the general public has a right to know. So the databases matter. It's transparency in government. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the reductions in force at the Federal Department of Education. Can you tell me how many of those people that that reduction in force, which is approximately 50% of the Federal Department of Education, can you tell me how many of those people have a job teaching in a classroom?
0.
That's right. So we have state departments of education, we have local departments of education, and then we have a federal bureaucracy that shouldn't even be called a Department of Education. And so what we intend to do is to get rid of that bureaucracy. The money to the states can still flow just without the bureaucratic overhead and the micromanagement from the federal government of your state and local departments of education. And you could actually have more money to hire teachers. But again, the answer to the number of people that are being laid off at the Federal Department of Education that actually teach in the classroom is 0, correct? Madam Chair, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much. I would call on Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, the thing about this bill, which I think the Democrats are struggling with, is precisely the fact that the president, with the support of Republicans, says it's going to eliminate the Department of Education and has basically done so by eliminating half of the employees. And the idea that the work will be done anyway is some magical thinking. I met with farmers after the president froze all of that funding that was supposed to go to farmers with the EQIP grant and so many other grants. That was just terrifying for them. They were saying, like, what do they think? You can't just say the seed is going to get planted and it's going to come up and we're going to, you know, reap the benefits. You need people to put that seed in the ground. You need people to make sure that those fields get watered. The same way you need people to make sure that the Department of Education, which is constitutionally created and funded, works. And that's why these lawsuits are going to win. Because you cannot say, it'll happen, they have the ability to do it. And I think that what we're seeing here is that there is a desire to kind of have us talk about things that aren't what our communities are talking about. When President Trump, and I've got that too, when President Trump said he was going to eliminate the Department of Education, you know what my constituents were talking about? They were talking about the importance of the federal funding to make sure that their special needs students got the help they required, because not all schools have the money to be able to fund the special education that children who have disabilities or special needs have, especially in rural areas. I had a teacher who shared with me the child who started elementary school and could not speak. And because of the federal funds that we sent to that school, by 4th grade, that child was not only speaking, but said he wanted to be a writer. And that That is the miracle of education, is that it unleashes the potential, and sometimes that potential takes a little bit of extra work. And so, no, the federal government is not mandating what you do. They are helping our poorest schools. They are helping students who need help because they are disabled, who have special needs. And that's what our constituents are worrying about. And that's not what we're talking about here today, because this legislation already exists. And so when we are turning our backs on those kids, that's what my constituents are wondering about. And you know what? Americans are wondering about. 64% of Americans want the Department of Education to continue because they know that education is one of those key things that government should be about. And, you know, Ranking Member Scott, I mean, what are the things that you are hearing about what's happening to the Department of Education? And is it whether or not somebody should report whether they had donuts brought in or whether we should put Canada on the list? And this bill is not what the bill was last Congress. And we are not in the same place we were in last Congress, where we have a president who threatens a public university in Maine with retribution just because she disagrees with him. We have a president right now who is vindictive and will go after people for what they say and what they believe. And that is what is different about this bill. And Ranking Member Scott, I didn't know if you wanted to add some more.
No, well, I just wanted to respond to the Department of Education does not provide education, it protects civil rights, primarily in K through 12, disabled students, low-income areas, English as a second language, racial minorities, trying to eliminate this achievement gap. That's what the Department of Education does. And when it's left to the states, we know it doesn't work. When it's left to the states, you had segregated public schools. Left to the states, disabled students with disabilities did not get an education. We fund real estate. We fund education with the real estate tax. And so some areas are going to get a lot better deal than others, and Title I comes in and tries to equalize that. I mean, the Department of Education is there to guarantee that the education is a right which was made available to all on equal terms, which is language from the Brown v. Board of Education case.
Right, and the billionaire class, which is basically running this administration, they don't need public schools. But my constituents in my rural areas really do.
It's there to make sure that everyone can get an education. The actual education, the students, the teachers and whatnot, that's state and local. But because our life experience is, when you leave it to the states, certain identifiable groups get left behind. That's where the Department of Education comes in.
And when Congress uses its Article I authority to actually pass laws, fund programs, fund departments, create departments, you're not allowed to just say, I'm going to get rid of it by executive order and say, oh, but it shall be lawful. When you fire the people who need to carry out those programs and freeze the funding, that is violating the Constitution. And we'll see what the courts say. And I'm so pleased that until now, we've already had about 43, I think, different court opinions telling Trump you cannot continue to do this and violate the Constitution. Unless you have anything else?
That's good.
Ranking member?
No.
Nope. I will yield back.
Thank you. And I would call on Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would now yield some time to Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. But my mother actually taught ESOL, which is English for Speakers of Other Languages, and Reading Recovery. So she taught people who English was not their native language or who had cognitive challenges in a Title I school system. And I can remember quite well, as the state representative of that school system, meeting with principals and counselors where those students were being treated as if they were cookie dough by the Federal Department of Education and local school systems doing the right thing and giving up some federal funds so that they could push forward with what the counselors and the educators agreed were in the best interest of those students. All we're talking about doing is not giving the Federal Department of Education the ability to withhold funds that the local people who actually know the student and care about it and want to teach that student that type of conduct from the Federal Department of Education. Just block grant it to the states. I trust the people at the states. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on that because I do know that issue well because my mother actually taught it in a Title I system for a long time. With that, thank you, Mr. Griffith.
I appreciate that. Chairman Walberg. I have not had an opportunity to read all of the Department of Education bills over the years, but I am guessing that we didn't specify in the bill how many employees the Department of Education had to hire. Am I correct in that?
You're correct, and the department wasn't established in the Constitution.
Yeah, so the gentlelady, it was a minor difference. She misspoke. She said it was constitutionally passed. It was, and I got it. You're fine. It was legislatively adopted in accordance with the Constitution is what she meant to say. So, yeah, I got it. It's my time. I got it. Now, that said, I've heard a couple things here today, and I'm listening to the debate, and lots of stuff's going on. And the donut example, Mr. Chairman, and I'm speaking to Mr. Walberg, that only would apply to the countries of concern, which are currently Communist China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran. Am I correct in that?
You're correct.
So all you got to do is make sure you're not getting any donuts from those people, and the school has nothing to worry about. Am I correct?
That's correct, except fatty acids.
Well, fatty acids, all right. And if it's a gift larger than donuts, and it's not a country of concern, you have to hit a threshold of $50,000. Is that not correct?
Yes.
All right. I appreciate that. Now, one of the things that's been frustrating to me sitting here waiting my time is that my colleagues, and let me say, my dear friend from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is absolutely sincere when he's concerned about us, just turning it over without anything to look at taking care of Title I and disabled children, et cetera, and I understand that. And I speak only for myself. I got a little bit different view than most people. Because my friends on the other side of the aisle think the only way to solve this problem, Mr. Chairman, is to hire tens or hundreds of thousands of people to sit in either at home or in cubicles or in offices, wherever they're at, to keep track of everything that's happening in every school system so that every one of my schools complains to me when I go to them that they have so much paperwork to fill out that it's hardly worth it. And I submit to you, I'm not going to ask you to comment because I'm going out on a limb that I'm willing to go out on, and that I suspect Mr. Scott might join me if he had no other choice. I'm not going to ask him either. I'm just going to state it. If we changed it from having tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of employees in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area drawing lots of money out of education, and instead set the guidelines up by federal law, and then allowed our friends at the trial bar to get attorney's fees and court costs for enforcing the federal requirements, I believe we could save the federal government a lot of money. You wouldn't have nearly as much paperwork, but you would have somebody making sure that those children in Title I schools, because my kids have attended Title I schools. I'm not sure if the school, we can't figure out whether the high school my youngest son is in is a Title I or not, but the elementary schools that my kids went to and in my community are Title I. Many of the schools in my district are Title I, and these are important programs to take care of disabled children. So I'm just submitting to you, Mr. Chairman, as we resolve these issues and try to figure out a way to keep the government from spending itself into oblivion, that this is one alternative. And I understand most of my colleagues on the Republican side of here may be uncomfortable adopting my position, but that's my position. But it tells us that there are more than one way to solve the problem of making sure we take care of these kids, just like Mr. Scott wants them taken care of, I want them taken care of, who have special needs. And you would agree that there are many ways we can take care of that besides having tens of thousands of employees in Washington, D.C. perusing paperwork filed by the thousands of schools across just the Commonwealth of Virginia. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah.
I was asking Mr. Wahlberg, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I would agree with that, and I look forward to debating that when we have that bill in front of us.
You have that bill in front of you.
And Mr. Scott, well, it's a
Wait
different
minute.
bill.
You have that bill in front of you.
This bill?
No, the Equity and Inclusion Enforcement
CCRA.
Act. Equity and Inclusion Enforcement Act, which would overturn Sandoval decision
Well,
that prohibits trial lawyers from filing.
All right. We'll get to that another day.
Individual right. You don't have an individual right to bring a suit.
I understand.
Department of Education has to do it.
Reclaiming my time from my good.
If we could repeal that.
Reclaiming my time from my good colleague, I'm going to move to another subject. And this one has vexed me as well as I've been sitting here. We keep hearing about, well, if somebody violates these rules related to, donations and they don't file properly, who's going to take care of it? Who's going to take care of it? Well, it's actually in the bill. I mean, it may be a lot of work for the secretary, but the secretary notifies the attorney general to bring action. There's a civil action proceeding in here. When I was reading this over the weekend, as things were going forward and I'm reading it, I recognized that you really just need the secretary and the attorney general's office. Is that not correct?
That's correct, and it multiplies over time.
The penalties do.
Correct.
But it's still the same enforcement mechanism. The secretary notifies the attorney general's office, and the attorney general pursues a civil action against the university. Correct?
Correct.
I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jack.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Mr. Baumgartner. He is a part of our freshman class. We elected him to be our policy representative during our freshman class election, so I want to laud him for his leadership on this specific issue. And Chairman Wahlberg, I only have one question. Some schools have argued that this act, the fines associated with it are punitive and would harm students. They also claim foreign influence doesn't directly harm students, and I would just welcome your thoughts and to brief this distinguished committee on the enforcement processes within the Deterrent Act.
I thank the gentleman for the question. No, it doesn't harm students at all. I think it protects them. It enables these universities and colleges to spend the time necessary on education, make sure that indoctrination and other clandestine activities that would come from sources like Russia, Iran, China, North Korea are not taking away from the academic opportunities that they need to learn in education. And it also assures the taxpayer, it assures the constituent, it assures the student that they're going to be spending their time on the necessities of education as opposed to getting dollars from places that will ultimately destroy the education experience that they have.
I'm glad you put that on the record, and with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Norman?
Thank both of you for appearing today. You know what's interesting, and I've got a friend of mine who's attending the first meeting of rules. You've been barraged with questions about the Department of Education cutting the workforce 50%. And I've heard things like gutting of function of government as it relates to the Department of Education, not paying for disabled children, paying for teachers in the classroom. Do any of the employees of the Department of Education do any of this? Your answer was what?
No.
And what's interesting is they keep referring to Musk as a billionaire. Yes, he's done very well in the private sector. But what he's doing is uncovering facts that the public, we've never had a chance to see. Now, let me ask you, and either of these numbers that they're coming up with are either true or false. And he's got a tremendous, I would assume, liability if they're false. But what he's uncovered so far on the DOJ findings, the 29 grants, DEI grants, totaled $101 million. One agency sought to train students to help students understand and interrogate the complex histories. You know what that is? Because I don't. I'm glad the 89 contracts worth $881 billion. One contractor was paid $1.5 million, quote, to observe mailing and clerical operations. Does the $1.5 million go to help disabled children or to repair any of the buildings or to raise the pay of any of the teachers?
It doesn't appear to.
So really, they're opposed to the findings that the American people have a right to know anyway. It's their money. If a physician lets half of his nursing staff go, who do they answer to? The public, their customers. Who is it's really embarrassing to say any agency that was formed, the Department of Education was formed in 1979, they can just hire as they will because they have no checks and balances. Does any private institution, any business operate like that?
If they want to stay in business, they don't.
Right, because they go out of business. So it's really laughable that they're against any type of knowing where the money's going. None of it is going to the things they say that they care the most about, which most Americans do. But on your bill, what has been uncovered has been staggering. The $40 million in unreported research contracts with the CCP, the Confucius Institutes that we looked into 6 years ago, one of my college and another one from a state college. You know who started calling me after we started questioning it? Lobbyists. They had something to gain from it. So I like your bill. Thank you for bringing this up. If we can't find out this among the countries that are not our friends, then I don't know why we exist up here. So thank you for bringing this up, and look forward to supporting your bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norman. And thank you both Chairman Walberg and Mr. Scott. Thank you for coming, and you are excused. Hello. We're gonna. I now welcome our second panel, or at least half of our second panel. Representative Latta and Ranking Member Pallone, I understand, has been delayed. So what I thought we would do was go ahead and start. And if he is able to join us or a replacement, I understand they were looking for potential replacement, we will let him join in. But your statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Representative Latta, I welcome your testimony.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. Really appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm pleased to speak in support of two resolutions of disapproval introduced under the Congressional Review Act to repeal some of President Biden's midnight regulations. Thank you. To repeal some of President Biden's midnight regulations implementing unnecessary and costly energy efficiency standards for walk-in coolers and freezers and commercial refrigeration equipment. Under the Energy Policy Conservation Act, EPCA,
DOE must evaluate energy efficiency standards for equipment categories every 6 years, but it may only impose new amended standards if it finds that such standards are technologically feasible, economically justified, and will result in a significant energy savings. Neither standard we are discussing today meets these statutory requirements, and both should be repealed. HJ Res 24, introduced by the gentlelady from Oklahoma's 5th District, repeals the Department of Energy's final rule implementing amended energy efficiency standards for walk-in coolers and walk-in freezers. Walk-in coolers and freezers are a staple in grocery stores, gas stations, convenience stores, and businesses across the country. These stores are essential in providing American families and households with safe and fresh food and drinks, as well as other products that must be stored in cold temperatures. Walk-in coolers and freezers are large, expensive pieces of equipment. Replacing an existing product can often require retrofitting infrastructure to accommodate a new model. By mandating new efficiency standards, which were last amended only a few years ago, DOE's final rule forces retailers to observe major upfront costs by purchasing and installing new equipment while juggling operational disruptions and supply chain disruptions. While DOE estimates the cost of this final rule to be about $960 million, it does not adequately account for installation costs like required restructuring of a building or operational costs that result from store downtime and reduced sales. Many of these businesses operate within a thin margin, sometimes 1%, 2%, or 3%, which limits their ability to invest significant capital in mandated technologies. This will result in extended use of outdated and less efficient equipment or significant price increases. The consumer is going to incur that cost. This final rule will have an outsized impact on small and independent businesses. 90% of food and drink retailers are defined as small businesses, and they're often the sole provider for groceries in rural communities, and that's true in my district. In fact, the small independent grocery industry is a vital piece of the U.S. economy, contributing $200 billion in annual economic output and employing millions of Americans. Unfortunately, the cost-prohibitive nature of this final rule jeopardizes the economic viability of many small businesses, especially in rural and disadvantaged areas, and Congress should take action to protect small businesses across the country when it comes to the access to food and drink of the retailer of their choice. HJ Res 75, which was introduced by the gentleman from Texas' 12th District, appeals the Department of Energy's final rule implementing amended energy efficiency standards for commercial refrigeration equipment, commonly referred to as CRE. The commercial refrigeration equipment encompasses a broad variety of products, including refrigerators, freezers, display cases, beverage coolers, and more. Despite compliance for new stringent standards for covered equipment becoming effective just 3 years ago, the Biden DOE finalized new standards that will require energy reductions up to 60% on top of the previous standards. To meet these standards, manufacturers will be forced to raise prices on equipment that is already extremely expensive, and there's also uncertainty regarding the technological feasibility of being able to meet these standards, as many refrigerants are being phased out by the EPA. As prices of CRE continue to rise, projected payback periods for the purchase become more and more unattainable. For example, one popular refrigerator design, vertically closed transparent commercial refrigerators, is estimated by the DOE to have a payback of almost 94 years. For retailers, many of which are small and family-owned businesses, it does not make economic sense to purchase equipment that will take nearly 100 years to recoup the cost. DOE's final rule also jeopardizes food safety for consumers as base the standards on faulty test procedures that do not match real-world conditions. For example, DOE's estimate of a number of door openings in 1 hour does not reflect a busy store. Therefore, it is likely that the appliance's interior temperature may rise above the safe food storage conditions, risking spoiled food and beverages. The Biden DOE went well beyond its authority in both these standards and will result in finalized rules that will crush small businesses, hurt consumers, and force equipment prices skyrocket. We must right the wrongs of the previous administration by repealing these final rules. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting HJ Res 24 and HJ Res 75, and I thank the chair and yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Latta. Mr. Pallone, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and members of the committee, ranking member. I am here to
oppose HJ Res 24 and HJ Res 75. And I have to be honest that it really seems like Republicans are just continuing their strategy of killing time on the House floor until they finally bring up their budget resolution, because we've had so many of these, efficiency standards efforts to get rid of the efficiency standards. It seems like it's just killing time. But in any case, I strongly oppose both of these resolutions. I think they're a distraction from what the Republicans are really trying to do, which is with their budget resolution to cut Medicaid, and also the daily distraction from the daily chaos we see with the Trump administration and the uncertainty about the economy that President Trump has created, and also a distraction from Elon Musk and his minions running around federal agencies, cutting, firing people and the rest. So as Republicans continue to cede power to the executive branch and weaken our own congressional power, I just want to say the Democrats are going to continue to fight for the American people. Now, President Trump and congressional Republicans made a lot of promises to the American people, and one of their main campaign promises was to lower costs. However, every day we have more stories about the impacts of tariffs, the rising cost of groceries, the possible recession that Trump seems content to create. And instead of pursuing policies that fix these problems of their own making, Republicans want to talk about commercial refrigerators and freezer standards. And I have to be clear in saying that the resolutions before us today do absolutely nothing to help the average American. First is HJ Res 24, which targets recently finalized efficiency standards for walk-in coolers and freezers. And then there's HJ Res 75, which targets efficiency standards for commercial refrigerators and freezers. I'll start out by saying there's no regular order, right? I think you know by now on the committee that in the Energy and Commerce Committee, regular orders, bill gets introduced, comes to our committee. We have a hearing in the subcommittee. We have a markup in the subcommittee. We have a markup in the full committee. And then it goes to you in rules before it goes to the floor. Well, none of that has happened, right? There's no regular order. There was no committee process. There was no witness testimony. So once again, Republicans are pretending to know more about energy efficiency standards than the experts that weighed in on the standards. And we're all but guessing as to the actual impacts of these resolutions because we've had no regular order. But first, the efficiency standards targeted by these resolutions lower costs for American businesses. Walk-in coolers, freezers, commercial refrigerators are used in restaurants, convenience stores, and supermarkets across the country. By establishing more stringent efficiency standards for these products, businesses will see significantly lower energy bills. The standards targeted by the first one, HR Res 24 for walk-in coolers and freezers, that one saves businesses $6.5 billion and will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 29 million metric tons over 30 years. That's the standards. And then the standards targeted by the second resolution, HJ Res 75. These are the commercial refrigerators and the freezers. Those standards will save businesses $4.6 billion over 30 years, will offset the upfront cost of the new products in about 3.5 years, and will reduce emissions by nearly 20 million metric tons over 30 years. So I just don't understand why Republicans are trying to raise the cost of doing business in America, especially at a moment when their policies are already raising everyday costs for the average American. So without these efficiency standards, you'll see more strain on the electric grid, increased cost to consumers, increased reliance on fossil fuels, and as usual, Republicans are doing the bidding of their industry and polluter friends rather than working for the American people. So for all these reasons, Madam Chair and members of the committee, I strongly oppose HR Res 24 and HJ Res 75, and yield back the balance of my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. I'm always tempted when somebody comes in to tell me about the fact that we're rejecting experts and you're letting amateurs do things, of something I read many, many years ago, that the Titanic was built by experts and the Ark by amateurs. And so I will always go with the Ark as opposed to the Titanic. So, Mr. Pallone, telling me these things were recommended by experts doesn't strengthen the case for me, but Representative Latta, I saw you thinking a little bit about what Mr. Pallone was saying, and I suspect that you've heard concerns from Main Street America regarding the rules, and that maybe the statistics you have don't quite comport with the statistics that Mr. Pallone has.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and you're absolutely correct. You know, when you go out and look at these numbers that we've seen that have come in, we were talking about probably about $1 billion, and you're talking about a lot of businesses out there that are operating on a 1% to 2% margin. And when I say a 1% to 2% margin, a lot of times it's even less than that. Then you have another issue out there is that when the government comes up with the standards, the question is, can you even meet these standards where you are today? And when you're taking out certain types of refrigerants that are being used today, and then you're saying, okay, find another product that's going to replace it, and then also build another type of machine for it, then you have another issue. So it's a real issue out there that you have to really look at on ground level. And I tell you, when I've across my district, when I've not heard from people saying we want, these higher standards out there that's almost unattainable to be met, and it's going to drive up the cost for the consumer. And it's also going to hurt a lot of the small independent businesses out there that own these machines and these refrigerators, because again, it's a cost factor. But again, you want to make sure that when a standard is put out, that it's attainable.
So do the final rules meet the statutory requirements prescribed by EPCA for new and amended standards? I think what you're telling me is that they don't meet the standards to be technologically feasible, cost-effective, and result in significant energy savings based on what you're saying.
Well, you're absolutely correct, because again, just to repeat what you just mentioned, I mentioned in my testimony, the standards have to be technologically feasible, economically justified, and will result in significant energy savings. And we don't see that being proved. But we do know this. It's going to be much more expensive to be able to try to manufacture one of these products. It's going to be much more difficult to go out there and find a refrigerant that's going to work. And so, when you make a standard out there, you want to make sure you got something out there that you can attain it by.
Thank you very much. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that correct, Mr. Pallone? Don't the regulations, when they're developing them, have to take into account the state of play in the current scientific world and whether or not these are actually economically feasible?
Well, that's what you're saying is certainly true, but I also want to stress that, DOE under the law has an obligation to review efficiency, in this case of the coolers and walk-in refrigerators. So it's not like they just make this stuff up. In other words, they're required periodically to do this review, and if they find that they can have more efficient refrigerators or freezers, then they're required to have their experts look at it and see if that's the case. And the figures that I gave you, I'm not going to repeat them again about the cost savings and the efficiency, and not only cost savings to the consumer, but also how much less, greenhouse gas, if you will, goes into the atmosphere. These are the determinations they made. Now, I must say, I do like the chairwoman's analogy with the Ark and the, the Ark and the Titanic. But I mean, the bottom line is, if you really wanted to question what Department of Energy has done here, then we should have had regular order, and the Department of Energy could have come in and we could have had experts. The Republicans are in the majority. They could have had people come in and say why they don't agree with the department, but that never happened. And that's what gets me aggravated, I guess. I remember, he's not here anymore, but I remember one day we had this on the refrigerators, and Mr. Massey came in one day and said that he had spent the weekend going around looking at refrigerators, and he kind of chastised me because I hadn't. Well, I'm not the expert, you know what I mean? What is the point of my spending the weekend? Not that I'm trying to be critical of them, because I like them, but what would be the point of my going around to restaurants and checking out refrigerators? I'm not the experts. The experts have spoken, And they're saying there are these savings, right? And yet we've had nothing on the other side that said it's not true, because there's never been regular order.
Right, and I share that frustration as well as the one you opened with, that this is not a good use of this body's time. I mean, we all just spent a week in district. I did 2 town halls in my district and 1 in another district where the congressman wasn't showing up, and nobody asked about energy standards for refrigerators, whether walk-in or otherwise. What they did ask about was lost jobs due to DOGE cuts and layoffs due to tariff wars. And they had a lot of concerns about Medicaid and SNAP and cuts to Social Security and the VA and the post office, but not once did refrigerator standards come up, because that's not the moment that we're in. And we really should be addressing the unconstitutional and illegal incursions upon Congress's Article I authority to determine what kind of services are being provided to the American people and are funded for the American people, and not having some rogue billionaire cutting things along with his band of 20-year-olds. So I don't know, did you hear something different at your town halls?
No, and last week I had not only a town hall, but went to so many different meetings, and all the biggest concern people had was the possibility of a recession,
right? Because
consumer confidence is down, the markets goes up and down every day. People are scared. That's what they're worried about. They're afraid that is not making things more affordable, in fact making them less affordable, and that we might face an economic downturn as a result of his policies.
And Mr. Latta, you didn't have a town hall where people talked about refrigerator standards, did you?
I tell you, when I was at my district all last week, and one of the things that people do worry about are food prices. And again, if all of a sudden you're having costs going up, or in a lot of cases you might have fewer types of choices, because these companies, they won't be able to manufacture the refrigerators and the freezers, and at the same time, consumers aren't going to have that choice as what they want. And so people want to make sure that prices aren't going up, they're going down. But what we're going to see through this, if we don't get these 2 CRAs done, we're going to see prices going up.
Okay. Of course, this does bring the price of running your refrigerator down, but, I do see you didn't have a town hall last week, right? Because
No, but I was out in my district. And also,
Okay.
I tell you where I also was. I was in grocery stores buying groceries. And I have a lot of people come up, and I'm sure like all members do, you have people come up and they're very concerned about what the costs are, and they don't want to see costs going up, but we'll see costs definitely go up if we see these go into effect.
I would suggest that the costs will go up much more from the tariff wars that the president is engaged in, but with that, I would yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott, you're recognized. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you. It's sort of like we have this Republican fridge fetish, right? They keep bringing these appliance bills that raise the cost of operating appliances, right? So their bills make it more expensive for consumers to have their toasters, their refrigerators, freedom for refrigerators. It would almost seem comical, except for that we are in a constitutional crisis. We are in a place where President Trump is ignoring the Constitution. He's saying he's going to ignore the courts. They want to impeach judges because they don't like their decision. That is not consistent with the Constitution. And Republicans seem to be too afraid to stand up for either the Constitution or for their constituents, because they're not showing up at town halls. Representative, I understand that there actually was a town hall, that there was an empty chair for you. That might not have been too nice, but that, the issues that were raised were farmers who were worried about the USDA cuts, the Social Security, the cuts to Social Security, where people are starting to not see their checks. These cuts to the Department of Education, and the seemingly co-president, Musk, running amok. And, people are talking about the rising costs, but they're worried because they understand that Trump's tariffs raise costs. So they're worried about how expensive eggs are getting, and then you're going to make it more expensive to put them in the refrigerator because the refrigerator is going to cost you more to run. And I will say that we have heard that there are some of our Republican colleagues who have had town halls, and I looked at some of those, didn't see any of them raise commercial fridges. At Senator Grassley's town hall, he was asked about his work on oversight, and he was the quote from one of his constituents was, "Trump and his people are moving very rapidly toward a dictatorship and an oligarchy," unquote. Representative Hageman heard from a Department of Agriculture employee who had helped Wyoming farmers deal with the drought. She was fired despite the fact that she had had high marks, and she was concerned about the devastating impact of Doge's cuts. I call it Dodgy because they don't seem to tell us anything anytime. What was going to happen to American farmers with those cuts. Representative Flood heard from Nebraskans about cuts ranging from cuts to the veteran care to life-saving breast cancer research. One constituent asked, why is Elon Musk a better person to audit our government for waste, fraud, and abuse than the inspectors general that Donald Trump fired? None of these town halls in red states, districts, blue states, seem at all concerned about the bill we're dealing with here, except for Ranking Member, tell us again, how much will the regulations save the small businesses and restaurants over time? Because this is a cost-saving regulation that they're going to overturn, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, the resolution that deals with the walk-in coolers and freezers saves businesses $6.5 billion, and yes, from the DOE, and will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 29 million metric tons over 30 years, and the standards targeted by the resolution relating to commercial refrigerators and freezers save businesses $4.6 billion over 30 years. And, you know, I know he didn't, Bob didn't say anything about the upfront costs, but a lot of times I get that from the Republicans. Oh, there's upfront costs. But what what DOE says is the offset, this will offset the upfront costs of the new products in about 3.5 years. So, you know.
So in 3 years, you were paid back. I read the analysis. In 3 years, you get paid back in energy savings.
Right. So in 3 years, you get those savings over 30 as opposed to the.
Yeah.
upfront.
So in 3 years, and then after that, you're just saving money.
Exactly.
Right? So I don't understand why, and that's the case with all of these appliance bills that we've had, right? That you save money. The consumer saves money. The small business saves money. The restaurants operate on very tight margins. And if they can save money over time, that is really key. And those walk-in refrigerators and stuff, they last for a while. So they're going to be saving you money for a good while. So I just don't understand why, when Americans are so concerned, as the representative noted, about costs, but this is not what they care about. They care about the fact that those Trump tariffs are going to cost them so much, and everything he's done so far has made life more expensive. We cannot afford Trump. That's just the reality of what we're facing. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, is there anything that you would like to add that you haven't already had an opportunity to say?
Well, I thank the gentleman and Madam Chair. You know, when we're talking about costs, I think that's important because if you go back just to looking at what DOE said when we were talking about the commercial refrigeration equipment, and this, again, this is what you're talking about when you're looking at refrigerators, freezers, display cases, coolers, and more, that DOE, you're looking at about a 94-year payback. 94 years. I'm not sure how many stores can make it for 94 years, and I know a lot of people can't afford a 94-year payback.
Anything else, Mr. Chairman?
Well, again, I highly recommend and ask for passage of both CRAs by the Rules Committee.
I appreciate that. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll just speak for a moment, Mr. Latta, if I could. So I count 38 independent grocers in my district, and the estimates would be 2,000 to 3,000 people within my communities are employed by independent grocers. So I'm just curious if you could walk me through, if these final rules are not repealed, what can my constituents, both the small businesses directly impacted and the consumers they serve, expect to happen to their local food and drink retailers?
Well, I thank the gentleman for the question. Again, first of all, you're going to see a problem that you're going to have to be able to meet making the refrigerators or the freezers that are going to be out there. That's going to be the first question. Can the manufacturers even produce it? Number two, can they get the refrigerant? Now, the number three would be the next problem you're going to have is it's going to increase the costs for the consumer because the retailer is going to have to go out there and buy new equipment if they can afford it. If you're a small mom and pop type place, you're going to have a problem out there to be able to do that. Then you're going to have an issue that if you don't have enough freezers, you're going to start reducing consumer choice. And so that consumer choice goes down because all of a sudden what you thought you were buying multiple things, you might only have a choice for one or two things. So you're going to see costs going up, choice going down, and it's going to be hopefully that these people out there that are out there trying to make a living on a 1 to 2 to 3% margin can survive.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
Oh, Madam Chair, today we've read about a national security breach. We're reading about how Elon Musk is trying to screw around with Social Security. The tariffs are raising prices on everybody as we speak. And so talking about walk-in refrigeration and freezers is not high on my list right now, so I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Mr. Latta, thank you for bringing these to our attention. Who pays the cost of electricity on the 150,000 convenience stores?
Well, that would be the consumer and the user out there. So if you're a convenience store out there, you have to buy that electricity.
So the federal government doesn't come pay any electricity costs. They just want to issue these mandates that they think they can. They're more of an expert than the people investing their hard-earned money trying to run a business. And what does this do to that entrepreneur who can't afford this and cannot afford or wait 99 years to get a payback?
Well, again, I thank the gentleman for the question. It comes down to what happens. Well, if you can't afford the walk-in cooler, you can't afford the freezer for the consumer out there, then all of a sudden they stop coming to your business, and all of a sudden it's a kind of a cascading effect because not only does that store go out of business, people lose their jobs, and then the consumer out there is like, okay, where am I going to go? And I'm sure, like in your district, like in mine, you have a lot of rural area. That convenience store might be the closest thing you have to the nearest grocery store, so that's where you go. And I know in a lot of my small towns, you might be 10, 15 miles between stores, and that little store in that town is what is that focal point. So you're absolutely correct. The federal government's not paying the cost. It comes down to that store, and if they, it might be they say we're going to have to pass that on to the consumer, but at some point the consumer says we can't afford that either.
So the taxpayer gets, the consumer is the one that suffers the consequences of not having more stores to shop at and shop the product because of the owner who's putting his hard-earned money up, not the federal government, cannot afford to do that at this time.
That's correct.
Well, thank you for putting this up, and it's both these bills should pass. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. I want to thank our witnesses again for being here today. You're excused. Seeing no other members wishing to testify.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other members wishing to testify on H.R. 1048, H.J. Res. 24, or H.J. Res. 25, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee grant H.J. Res. 24, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the Rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for walk-in coolers and walk-in freezers, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 75, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. The Department of Energy's relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for commercial refrigerators, freezers, and refrigerator freezers under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution. The rule provides that the joint resolution shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the joint resolution. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 1048, the Deterrent Act, under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against the consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The rule provides that in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-1 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only those amendments printed in the Rules Committee report. Each amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendments printed in the report are waived. Finally, the rule provides 1 motion to recommit. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 12 to H.R. 1048 offered by Representatives Houlihan and Hayes, which states that the bill shall not go into effect if the Department of Education is dismantled or any funds made available by previous appropriation acts to the Department of Education are revoked or altered to reduce the authority and function of the Department of Education. Madam Chair, the Department of Education does something that the underlying bill here doesn't do. It actually helps people. It helps students. If the department is dismantled, we could have disruptions to FAFSA, delays in resolving fixes to borrowers' accounts, and wider educational disparities for students with disabilities and children from low-income backgrounds. But clearly, the bill before us recognizes that the Department of Education has some value. So this amendment is simple. If you actually want the Department of Education, if you actually want the department, this bill vests with more authority to exist, then you can't dismantle it. This is common sense, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman's asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack? No. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern? Aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair? No.
The clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments or discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the rule. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
I ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
Mr. McGovern's asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
Yes.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman? Aye. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin? Aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack? Aye. Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern? No. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Neguse? Ms. Ledger Fernandez? No. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? No. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair? Aye.
The clerk will report the total.
7 yeas, 3 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, I will be managing this rule for the majority.
And Mr. Neguse for the minority.
Mr. Neguse for the minority. Is there any further discussion? If not, then the Rules Committee meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Trey Gowdy, and it's Sunday night in America. Historically, the FBI was seen as the world's premier law enforcement agency. Fidelity and bravery and integrity. The Bureau was meant to be a beacon of justice built on a foundation of trust. And that's what the FBI was back when I worked with agents nearly 20 years ago. There was never any talk about politics. It was bank robbers and kidnappers and gangs and terrorism. It was all about crime. But public perception started to slip because that foundation of trust began to crumble. Former FBI Director James Comey said the FBI did not give a hoot about politics, but his actions told a very different story. At one point, the FBI had both major presidential candidates under investigation, but even then, the fairness was lacking. Peter Strzok was in charge of investigating a man he hated, personally and politically. Agents began to conspire about how to prevent Trump from winning or how to impeach him if he did win. FBI lawyers and agents misled the FISA court. An FBI employee altered evidence to justify surveillance against a perceived political enemy. FBI agents botched major investigations like murder and rape, but found time to pursue vindictive, vexatious cases against political opponents. Perhaps nothing encapsulates what happened to the Bureau better than what James Comey himself said when he admitted he treated a Republican president differently and worse than he would a Democrat president. Chris Wray was brought in to clean up the FBI. He was warned by the Speaker of the House and the Chairman of House Intel, eye to eye, you can be part of the cleanup crew or part of the cover-up crew. But nothing changed. So when Donald Trump was elected a second time, Chris Wray resigned, and President Trump picked a former federal prosecutor who also happened to be a former federal public defender. The task is and was challenging, but essential. Restore public trust in the Bureau. Build a Bureau that is not only respected, but worthy of respect. And that man is Kash Patel, and he joins us now. Welcome, Director Patel. Thank you for joining us. You've been on the job for about a month now, so tell us what you've seen and what you've learned.
Well, Trey, it's great to be with you, and I wanted to stay radio silent for the first month, just to laser focus on restoring law enforcement and the credibility and the trust of the American people and getting the weaponization out of there. And in order to do that, you need a strong Department of Justice. And we have a courageous leader in Attorney General Pam Bondi and her team over there. And we have to remind the folks in the American public that the FBI reports to the Department of Justice. And the FBI does not make prosecutorial decisions. We investigate based on lawful predications anywhere the facts lead us, and we work with our partners at DOJ. So that collaboration has been absolutely brilliant to set the new foundation for the FBI that we want to see serve the American people. And that's what we've been focusing on, is restoring the trust through the chain of command and through great leaders like Pam and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and PADAC Emil Bomé.
All right, Director, you've been very intentional about moving agents out of D.C. and back into the field, which is where they really ought to be. Why is that important to you?
Well, Trey, this is my first media appearance since taking the job, and I'm glad that it's on your wonderful show. And what I want to do is highlight for the American public that there's 38,000 employees at the FBI. If you take the national capital region, as the folks around Washington, D.C. call it, the 50-mile radius around Washington, D.C., we have 11,000 employees for the FBI in that 50-mile radius, give or take. And a third of the crime does not happen in this region. A large portion of one of my priorities, fighting violent crime, crushing narco traffickers, stopping fentanyl overdoses, is happening in any town USA across this country. And they need resources in the form not just of money, but manpower. So we're going to reorient our assets in Washington. We're going to look at it strategically, as we've been doing the last month, and send our agents and analysts and SOS operatives into the field to take on this violent crime explosion that has occurred over these last 4 or 5 years, and to make sure that every state and every county, be it in my hometown of Las Vegas, Nevada, or up in Montana or in Kansas or Iowa or Maine, is all safe and secure. And the best way to do that is through a proper show of force with the FBI men and women who do this job so courageously every day out in the streets fighting crime.
All right, Director, you have touched on my next question, but I want you to elaborate because I think it is central to your mission as you see it. The FBI has really broad jurisdiction. All criminal statutes are important to enforce, but your emphasis sounds to me like it's going to be on violent crime.
It's definitely going to be a big emphasis. Look, Trey, you and I have been in government service before, and we overlapped in the House Intelligence Committee, where we exposed the largest corruption in FBI history during Russiagate when you and I partnered there. And that formed the foundation of my ethos going forward. We have to change to the dynamic threat landscape that is changing constantly in not just America, but abroad. Back then, CT and national security were up here, but now we see the narco traffickers and the gangs exploding in terms of violence in America. So we see that shift. And so we have to shift with that threat dynamic. We're not going to forget or ignore national security. Never. The consequential mission of the FBI is to safeguard our citizenry and our way of life and to investigate those that do harm to our citizenry. But right now, the major portion of that focus is on sex trafficking, is on fentanyl and heroin overdoses, and is on violent crime in the form of gang murders and homicides and rapes. Every 7 minutes in this country, Trey, a individual American citizen overdoses on a drug, a narcotic. Every 6.5 minutes, a woman or child is raped. And twice an hour, an individual in this country is lost because of a homicide. That is violent crime out of control. That is a national security crisis. So we are treating it as such under this administration with President Trump's priorities and Attorney General Bondi at the helm of the Department of Justice. I don't know how or why the American public in the world refused to acknowledge this explosion in violent crime and found it acceptable for children to be dying off at such a vast rate. Couple that with the explosion in illegal aliens, we are seeing the intersection between violent crime and so many of those illegals, and that's another priority that we're facilitating and assisting with, though that's not our primary mission. That's over with DHS.
All right, Director, I want to ask you about something that I've known you a long time. You don't want to talk about, and that is yourself. But when you were nominated, I told folks that you would be a lot more fair to your critics than they ever were to you. But it's hard to forget what others have said and done. So how do you put that blindfold on and be fair even to those who were never fair to you?
Well, Trey, as I tell everybody at the FBI when I walk in the building, I don't care what the media says about me. There's nothing they can tell me that I haven't heard. As long as I'm taking the arrows and the men and women of the FBI aren't, I'm winning every single day. And I learned from your great mentorship and friendship on the House Intelligence Committee, where we served together, where we said the priority here is the truth and serving the American people. And that lesson that I learned with you and so many of the brave men and women on the House Intelligence Committee has stuck with me to this day. Now, also, I got to add in here, Trey, I know I was nominated by President Trump and I had a lot of support, but a big thanks to you for reaching out to the community that you have on Capitol Hill, and your voice was heard in those hallways to carry that message and penetrate and break through that glass charade that was, oh, Kash Patel cannot lead the FBI because he's too political. But as you just pointed out, I may be one of the most falsely maligned people in all of government service, and I don't care if they continue to falsely malign me. What I cared about is the leaders and the American people saw that in 16 years of apolitical government service, I was there to put the mission first. And I'm indebted to you for allowing me to continue in our friendship and your guidance on the Hill during that process.
Well, you're welcome, Director, but all I did was ask the senators to give you a chance. You're the one that won the argument. I just got you in the courthouse, but you're the one that won the argument. More with FBI Director Kash Patel when Sunday Night in America returns. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. We're back with FBI Director Kash Patel. Director, you had a front row seat to Congress trying to get information from the Bureau, oftentimes without success. It's a challenge to balance congressional oversight with the need to keep certain matters confidential. You've had to do it before. How will you negotiate? Jim Jordan is a friend of yours. Jim Jordan is a big supporter of yours, but there's also that need for confidentiality and ongoing investigation. So how does a former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney balance those two?
No, it's a great question, and it speaks to the answer about how we restore trust with the American people and the FBI. And it's not just by putting handcuffs on the bad guys. I want to let good cops be good cops across this country, and that's a primary focus of mine. But on an equally important parallel track, constitutional congressional oversight is critical to communicate to Capitol Hill, where we report as the FBI to the committees of jurisdiction in Judiciary and Intel and elsewhere, and provide the documentation of where the FBI in the past made mistakes, or there was corruption, or there were cover-ups. And we will provide that documentation. The American people can read for themselves and not be told or regurgitated a version of what happened, but the actual truth. And so I've made a promise during my confirmation process, which we've upheld in my first 4 weeks here. We have provided thousands of pages of documents that have been requested to Capitol Hill for the members of Congress to analyze and take back to their constituents and respond accordingly. So I think that constitutional oversight mission is as important as something else I hope we touch upon, which is some of the violent crime and terrorists we've already taken down in the first 4 weeks here.
All right. Well, we will not leave without addressing that. Let me ask you one thing that's been on my mind. Obviously, agents need people to cooperate, especially witnesses and sometimes subjects. But the FBI seems to have fallen in love with these 1001 cases, which is a false statement to an agent. So how do you distinguish what happened to Mike Flynn and Jeff Fortenberry and others with legitimate 1001 cases? I actually, Director, had an FBI agent called a mutual friend of both of ours recently and said, I want to talk to you about something. You're not related to it. And our friend said, I'll talk to Kash Patel, but probably no one else, which told me they trust you to not abuse 1001, but they're not sure because they've seen it used and abused. And you saw it as a criminal defense attorney. So how do you balance that?
Yeah, and look, I hearken back to my days as a public defender when I was Deputy Director of National Intelligence or even Chief of Staff of the Department of Defense. All of that has formed a unique experience for me to serve as the 9th Director of the FBI. There's never been a public defender that has sat in this seat, and I think it's about time we did so. But I want to remind the American public, the former leadership, some of those in leadership in the FBI in the past years, the Comeys, the McCabe's, the Strocks, the Pages of the world, and the list goes on, they're the ones that weaponized law statutes like the 1001 count you're talking about to victimize and politicize the statutes on the books, and instead of using them against actual criminals. I'm here to tell you that the men and women at the FBI that I've seen in the building and out in the field since I've been in the office these 4 weeks, they want to use that 1001 charge only where the facts and the law allows them to, and not where leadership forces them to. So me as the FBI director are never going to force or interfere with the decision-making process of the field investigators and the line agents who do that work on a daily basis. They are the pros. I'm going to give them the resources they need. I'm going to give them the runway they need. And one of the things I've learned in my short period about being a good leader and being an effective leader is get out of the way of the experts. And we got a whole heck of a lot of experts here at the FBI. And I will remind them that I will take the arrows for them when Capitol Hill or the media wants a target or piñata. So long as they are using the laws to arrest the bad guys, we are winning every day.
All right, Director, it's only been a month, but it's been a busy month. And I think part of your success is the good relationship you have with your colleagues, whether it be John Ratcliffe, whether it be Mike Waltz. I mean, it is a really good national security team. But update us on some things, some highlights of your first month that maybe we missed.
I really appreciate this. This shows what the men and women of the FBI can do when they have leadership who are in lockstep with the national security mission of safeguarding our citizens. Just in the last 3 weeks, Trey, the FBI has arrested and brought to justice, thanks to the Department of Justice and Pam Bondi, 3 top 10 of the FBI's most wanted. Let me just say that again. Not 1, not 2, but 3 of the FBI's most wanted top 10 are now in custody because of our relationships with folks like Director Ratcliffe and Secretary Hegseth and Rubio, and the list goes on. But we've also returned to justice in just 1 short week's time one of the architects of the Abbey Gate explosion that killed 13 of our service members. We did that in 1 week, flying through multiple countries and going into Pakistan and utilizing our liaison relationships and the leverage that we have, thanks to great guys like Johnny Ratcliffe, and getting a modicum of justice to the American people. And just to put that in perspective, those folks have been on the run for 4 years. And in the last 12 months before I got into this seat, Trey, do you know how many top 10 FBI's most wanted were arrested by the FBI? 0. That's the difference.
Yeah.
4 weeks in, we got 3, and we're just warming up.
All right, you touched on something, Director, that I think is essential to reiterate. 95% of the FBI agents you would love to have as your next door neighbor. You would love to have them coaching your kids in youth sports. You would love to attend a worship service with them. I think the Bureau's reputation, we focus on the names of people who have not upheld their trust, and not the agents, the line agents who are nameless and faceless, but are doing exactly what we would want them to do.
And they are. And I want the olden days back when an FBI agent would show up at my door, or a police officer, and we'd welcome him in for a cup of coffee and have a conversation with them, because that's how I was raised, that to respect law enforcement. But I want the American public to know, too, we've had problems at the FBI. We are going to hold ourselves internally accountable for those meting out justice who have the privilege to serve and wear the gun and the badge or the uniform of the FBI out in the field. Where those missteps have been taken, we've already addressed that by eliminating those people from the roles of the FBI, and we will continue to vigorously uphold on a 24/7, 365 basis, as vigorously as we pursue violent crime, those that abuse or corrupt or violate their oath of office at the FBI. And I will not stand for, I will have zero tolerance for those that we will utilize our badge to harm our country. And now there's not a lot of them. We've gotten rid of some of them, but we are going to have an absolute zero tolerance level, and we are not going to be hypocrites here. If there's someone in this building or in this mission that is doing harm to the American public, then the American public is going to hear about it, be it through Congress or through prosecutions. We've got some great cases in motion already, and I look forward to coming back hopefully soon and publicizing that. There is no corner on this earth we will not chase down a violent criminal, and there is no sector of the public we will not root out corruption and make sure the American people know what has happened, because that's what they deserve.
All right, I got to go back to a topic that I know you don't like, but I do, and I think it's important, and that's you. I laughed when I watched your confirmation hearing, obviously. I laugh when I hear people question your qualifications. You sat on both sides of the courtroom. You worked with agents and you cross-examined agents. I think that makes you uniquely well situated to know what needs to be done and fixed at the Bureau. So I'm going to give you a chance. I mean, I appreciate even the Democrat senators that sat down and heard you out. I think to meet you is to be reassured that whatever they may have read or heard is not Kash Patel. You have a unique background. I can't think of anybody else who's both cross-examined and directly examined FBI agents sitting where you sit right now.
Well, I was blessed to have a great upbringing that led me into a public defender career and later national security prosecutor. And thereafter, I served at Joint Special Operations Command with our Tier 1 operators in SEAL Team 6 and Delta. And then I was fortunate enough to go to the House, do Russiagate with you, and then on to the White House and lead the counterterrorism mission, and later the Deputy DNI and so forth. And during all those experiences, I learned that the only thing that matters is the truth. I tried 60 jury trials to verdict. That's probably more than anybody that's been in this seat before me, ever. And I've cross-examined law enforcement. I've cross-examined professionals. But I've also put law enforcement and professionals on the witness stand to prosecute terrorists when the need arose. And so having that vision, that 360-degree experience, I think in this time that we are in, where the FBI, and we will accomplish our mission, and we will hold ourselves accountable, and we will provide the transparency to Congress. But the men and women in the FBI are beloved for a reason, and we, in short order, are going to make sure we restore that by utilizing my 16 years in government service across all 3 branches of federal government, which also has never been done before by someone in my seat. And we are going to make sure we serve the American people and make sure their kids have safe schoolyards, safe playgrounds, and safe streets, and no more needles, and no more bags of heroin, and no more fentanyl powder and gummy candies flowing through because of gang violence and vicious national security issues. We're taking it all on.
I think people see tonight, Director, why I have so much confidence in you, why the President nominated you, why the Senate confirmed you. And I want to say right now, I love John Lee Ratcliffe, but I don't even think his first month on the job can rival yours. So I'm going to give you Employee of the Month for narrowly beating out John Ratcliffe, Employee of the Month, the brand new FBI Director, Kash Patel. God bless you. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you soon.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. All right. We will definitely be back here. And instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and believe in Almighty God. All right. Thank you to the military veterans. And thank you to the active military members. God bless you. Shout out to the director of the FBI, Kash Patel. And thank you to everybody as well. All right. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to be right back.